Thank you for joining me for another night of streaming. And welcome to the return of the Destiny 2 watch party, the complete story of Destiny. So we got about an hour in last night. We have 9 hours to go. So we're going to see if we can knock a big old chunk of this out. And then Monday we will finish it up just in time for the release of the final shape.
Spectre status recognized.
Hey, Marshall, thank you so much. 55 months. Jesus Christ. That is a major, major investment. Hey, Obi. Alright, so we left off with the Elixni. So, I don't know how many chapters that is, but like I said, we're about an hour in. So, let's get it rolling. Everybody got their snacks? Everybody used the bathroom?
The Hive's rampage across the universe would bring them into contact with many peoples and many worlds. Their swarms were vast, and as Oryx, Savathun, and Xivu Arath had all split, they had now covered different ground. Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their people would find another world seeded by the Traveler. These were the people of Reese, the Elixni, though humanity would one day come to know them first as the Fallen. Sources from the Elixni's own histories indicate that they held a small number of colonies throughout several celestial bodies. At the heart of their civilization, the jewel of their small empire that spanned a few stars was still set upon their home planet of Reese. They were a hardy but adaptable people. They would be sustained by a life-giving substance called ether. The exact chemical makeup of this compound is unfamiliar and unclear, but it can be created by a servitor from almost any remnant matter, meaning that the Elixni would be able to live on in almost any place so long as they had a servitor. However, in the skies of their homeworld Reese, this life-giving compound was everywhere. It filled the very air and turned their sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Elixni to grow to their true natural sizes. They would be between 7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just 2. They were dexterous, and they were nimble, but they could also stand tall with noble intent and philosophy, back before calamity arrived at their shores. The Elixni were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the Traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves were known in that time as gentle weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments worn by all their people. When the Traveler arrived and exalted their civilization like the thousands it had uplifted before, the Elixni developed, entering a rapturous age of peace and expansion. Beneath Reese's pink sky, the Elixni grew to exalt the Traveler and all life-giving machines. They came to call it the Great Machine, and their study of its divine construction would lead to the rise of the so-called Splicers. Whilst we would know them better as biohackers and body engineers, the principal concern of Splicers was in fact the study of machinery itself. The Elixni believed that within all machines there was a spark of divine potential, and believed that within that divine spark, life itself could also be seen in some different, somewhat more intangible form. Eventually, the Elixni would see this belief morph into a worship of machinery itself, with them acting with great reverence to machines that they would construct later in their society, machines that they would need to keep them alive. Alas, Even with the many noble houses, the Elixni were doomed to suffer the same fate as all those blessed by the Traveler, for its bounty was followed by bitterness, and the black fleets in the service of the Witness would soon arrive. The exact details of the fall of the Elixni Empire, and in particular the fall of Reese, are not well known. Much like our own destruction, the event is known to the Elixni by another name, the Whirlwind. When ruin came to their system, they were crushed beneath the advancing hordes of the Witness's minions. Chief amongst these invaders would be the Hive. Oryx's swarm had arrived. His forces brought with them the same doom that they had brought to 1,000 worlds prior. To them, Reese was but another set of unbelievers to be delivered onto the jaws of death in the name of the sword logic. The houses mustered in a defense of their homeworld, believing that in spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. But tragically, it was not. Elixni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their world was lost, when one of the great leaders that rallied them, Chelchis, the Kell of the House of Stone, stood before them all and cried, "Where is the great machine?" For it was in this moment that the course of history repeated itself once more, and the Traveler began to flee Reese, away from the forces of the Witness. In that moment, seeing that it had abandoned their people and that Reese was lost, many would lose hope. Many would be scarred forever. Many would remember. For scribes like Varix, it would represent the greatest tragedy that his people had ever seen. For warriors like Aramis, it represented a betrayal so bitter and so evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number, it created a moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the Traveler, the great machine, had abandoned their people and that Reese was lost, Kell of the house that would one day be known as the House of Devils told his forces to break off from the engaging attackers. He ordered his ship to pursue the Traveler with all haste, and all catchers under his command were to follow this order. This Kell, who would one day claim the name of Achillux, abandoned all those houses who could not make war, and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him.
Yeah, we're about an hour in
Thousands of Elixni on thousands of catchers would begin the long exodus from Reese, chasing the Traveler, following Achillux's banner. An exodus that would come to be known as the Long Drift. Some houses gathered in groups of catchers, some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible hardship. Having left their homeworld behind, the Elixni had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume. They needed to construct new machines to create ether synthetically, and so the servitors were created. They were made spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the Traveler. Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any abandoned matter that was discovered, the scarcity of resources in deep space led to the devolution of Elixni society. The once noble people became pirates, scavengers, and warlords. Barbaric practices became commonplace. There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the houses, because they were strong. They claimed the position of Kells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations would commune with the servitors, and thus the triad of power within each house was born: the Kells, the Archons, and the servitors. A new hierarchy had been born from the broken remains of the old. Where before the Elixni had grown tall, now the Kells would become monstrous in size as they consumed more than their fair share of ether to remain stronger still. With their utterly monstrous strength, there was less chance of them being challenged by rivals. For most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those without sufficient ether remained small, stunted, and weak. Worst of all, though, the punishments doled out by those who ruled became harsh to the point of being almost unspeakable. It is likely that on the Long Drift, the barbaric practice of severing an Elixni's lower arms became a commonplace punishment for failure. This would be known as docking, and many who were docked were turned into dregs, or wretches, the lowest possible rung of Elixni society. Thus it was that the Elixni would pursue the traveler, and become less of a people than their history would allow them to remember. The once noble banners of their houses would be cannibalized into symbols of dominance and declarations of territory. They would no longer be the utopian people that had grown up beneath the great machine. The damage to their societal fabric was so great that it would permeate through generations. There would be newborn Elixni, but they would mostly be born in a time where few of them would remember the Whirlwind or Reese. They had no home to call their own. It would be nothing more than a passing legend, a dream. It came to the point that when humanity named them Fallen as a common slur and reference to their status as a people abandoned by the traveler, many amongst the Elixni did not completely reject the notion. They were a lost people, a tragic tale, a diaspora of vessels and cultures and long-lived memories that, should the universe be so harsh, could have been snuffed out in an instant. They would continue onwards and would follow the trail of the traveler to the next system that it had blessed. That would take some time, and there were other civilizations who would make their way to our astral shores for reasons other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest, and they too would be making moves, even though the traveler and the witness had never laid eyes on them.
Oh, it's time to talk about the Cabal.
Whilst many civilizations throughout the universe would be uplifted by the traveler, there were some that made their own way into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance from a greater being. One such people was found on the distant and rugged world of Tora Bartel. They were known as the Cabal, and their society was one ruled by might. In their earliest years, mighty warlords would roam their world, claiming the right to territory by conquest and combat. Even in the days when they would break out into the stars, the Cabal's great warlords would still challenge each other for supremacy in the rights of their old ways. It is perhaps then unsurprising that one of the oldest legends of the Cabal is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Acreus. The Cabal once saw the sun and desired it for themselves, so they climbed a great mountain to claim it. But before they could reach the sun to claim it, a great beast stood in their way. Generations of mighty and worthy warriors clashed against the beast, scoring small and seemingly insignificant blows against it, until one day Acreus came and struck the killing blow. He ascended to claim the sun and was crowned as the first emperor of the Cabal. This legend shows their lack of subtlety as a people, but it also has been a literal pretext for conquest. The Cabal believe themselves to be righteous rulers in this universe, and they believe that it is so because they are mightier than their foes. The sun is theirs to claim because they are strong enough, and so they claim it. The legend of Acreus may or may not be true, but the emperors of the Cabal have been very real, and across their history, they laid claim to dozens of worlds. Some of these worlds were occupied by peoples that would be folded into the Cabal Empire. The Sindhu, the Karga Clips, the Arkborn, the Scions, all of them would have at some point been client races of the Cabal of Tora Bartel, and would be pushed into slavery and servitude of their emperors. The history of the Cabal is a long one, full of many conquests made by tyrants, but none of these despots and warlords have been more consequential than one who changed the fabric of their society so much that it led to his own downfall. His name was Emperor Callus, and while he was emperor, he was not truly powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need to upend institutions for it to truly flourish. As emperor, he served alongside other powerful bodies that governed much of Torobatl's strength. Their people were ruled by a senate, and their military by a praetorate. The old military traditions of the Cabal were maintained, but Callus was different. He did not care for them. He was content with the idea of conquest, but he was not a martial Cabal. He sought song and beauty and pleasure in all things, and the praetorate stood in the way of this. The Senate stood in the way. So Callus created a populist revolution to overthrow them both, so that he might claim ultimate authority over his own empire. Callus changed the Cabal people fundamentally when he rose to power. His populism saw the warlike ways of the Cabal relegated in favor of a bountiful and hedonistic culture. Even at his coronation, the nature of his rule was made clear, as he had the desert sands of Torobatl cleansed to be pristine and white, having his army of minions remove every single offending stone or plant that might stand out, and for his entire royal court to be recreated in the sands of Torobatl's deserts. More telling were the actions he took upon his coronation itself, though, as the one true ruler of the Cabal. In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court, Callus had the old consul of the praetorate brought before him. Stripped of rank and title, and even clothing, Callus castrated the Cabal consul and banished him into the wastelands of Torobatl, saying but a single word to him: run. This was an example of the ruthlessness with which Callus governed his imperial domain. He was benevolent and generous one moment, vengeful and petty the next. He treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations of culture and decadence. But behind the new emperor's magnificent opulence, there was a deep sadness. This sadness was born of a love that he had lost. His original lover had left him in a time of great sorrow. Callus knew that he had broken things between them, and that despite loving her, their relationship had been damaged beyond repair, all thanks to his own selfish actions. But there was one spark of that relationship that still remained, one remnant of his old flame that he clung to. Together, they had created an heir to the Cabal Empire. Her name would be Keitel. As she grew in his new Cabal Empire, she perhaps did not first comprehend the changes to her people's proud ways. She did not originally hate her father, though it would not take long for her to have good reason to do so. One day, her father doted on her as he had done before. He had given her some of the most revered
baby
gifts
Keitel to mommy
that a Cabal
Keitel
could receive. But today he had surpassed even himself. He gifted his daughter a war beast. These war beasts in Cabal culture are the most extreme example of what it's like for a human being to own and lovingly care for a dog. They are venerated beyond exception and are some of the most prized companion animals that a Cabal can have. Keitel named her war beast Milos and loved it dearly beyond anything else in the world. Callus saw Keitel's love for the war beast, and in his inconceivable cruelty and jealousy, he grew jealous of Milos. He believed that she loved her own war beast more than she loved him, and so Callus had Milos killed. He could not stand the idea of his daughter loving even a pet more than him. This moment changed Keitel and set her down a path that would determine the course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her.
Yep, Saki. That is how big of a piece of shit Callus was. You love your dog more than you love me, I'm gonna kill it.
Father that was so deep in the kernel of her heart that it would never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. There were many within Callus's empire that saw him with a degree of discontent. Keitel was but one of them. The Emperor's old bodyguard, Lictor Sheatet, the Evocate General and Primus of all his legions, Amun-Arath, the free-born scion dreamer known as Otzot, the master of festivals, Moli-Imoli. All of them harbored ill intent for the Emperor. And it was under the leadership of two Cabal that these malcontent actors would be aligned in purpose and turned into conspirators. The former consul that Callus had banished into the desert, and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader that had emerged victorious in the fighting pits, the ghost Primus of the Red Legion, Gaul. These conspirators joined together and plotted to overthrow Callus, a plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in his downfall, but it was Keitel who spelled his ultimate doom. As the Midnight Coup was being enacted, Callus fled for his throne room. He sought a relic of the emperors of old, a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these mythical creatures were known to grant desires to those that held them. With the shard in hand, Callus might be able to maintain his hold on power if only he wished for it. But when he arrived, Keitel was already present in the throne room. She held the shard of wish dragon bone in her hand. Knowing that she held her father's salvation, Keitel addressed him, saying, "Father, I will not be weak." She crushed
You wake
the
up
bone
and you
in
see
her
that, what do you
gauntlet, and with it, sealed Callus's fate. He was escorted hurriedly through the streets of the Cabal capital, his utterly massive entourage in tow. All traces of the old emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the imperial hierarchy. They were all forced to march aboard a Cabal vessel known as the Leviathan, and Callus was forced into exile.
To give you an idea of scale, just in case you didn't notice it, this is a Guardian ship. This is a moon. That's the Leviathan ship. This thing was enormous. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Up here is where the raid was. You never really went down here. You just went up here.
The navigation controls for this great vessel were sabotaged, and the Emperor was left to drift into uncharted space. On Toro Bartle, the Consul and Gaul seized power and began a new era for the Cabal. The former Primus of the Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only Dominus of the Cabal, an emperor and military dictator all in one. His power over the Empire would be absolute, and with the Primus of all legions,
Oh, it did?
Amun-Ra,
Okay, thank you. Thank you
and
for the
the
correction
heir
on the
apparent
rifle.
to the imperial throne, Keitel, at his side, his authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time aboard the Leviathan. His cohort of scribes recorded that there was nothing that could be done to break him from his misery. No form of entertainment, no food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow.
And if you actually played, I forget the name of it, the name of the dungeon that sends you back into the Leviathan, technically into Callus's mind, you can actually find audio files of him wandering the ship pissed drunk.
The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded, but what eventually broke him from his stupor would be. One day, as the Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void of space, it encountered
He was really depressed. Well, I think he kind of earned that depression, being that he turned an entire militarized empire up on its head and made people so mad that the literal rest of the empire, including his daughter, just went, "We've had enough of your shit. Pack your shit and leave."
strange interference. The nature of this interference would not be known at first, but based on our explorations of similar events and based on Callus's own recollections, it is almost certain that he encountered the Black Fleet, what he would come to know as the Black Edge. he would see the Witness. The pocket of astral disruption that they found themselves in caused massive quakes throughout the Leviathan, and Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had befallen the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld that thing that he would be defined by for the rest of his life. He would see the Witness, and it told Callus that there was to be an end to all things, and that the universe would end by its glorious design, and that he was to be its herald. After 12 hours and numerous terrible quakes, Callus returned inside with a look of mania in his eyes. He had first openly proclaimed the doom of the universe, and then, with a sigh of what seemed to be relief, he welcomed it. As he said at the time, "When nothing matters, what's left? Joy, comfort, freedom, the true freedom of pursuing pleasure for pleasure's sake, because it pleases you, because you desire it. I knew this during my rule, and I'd forgotten it during my exile. I shall not forget it again." Thus, Callus returned to his hedonistic ways, with a renewed vigor and a new mission. He would follow the directions of this terrible voice, and would be its herald. But first, he would also aim to acquire his revenge against those that had wronged him. To this end, the Leviathan's navigation systems were returned to functioning order, and the vessel charted its way back to known space. Callus would start to actively employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge, his shadows. Across the many worlds that had been conquered by the Emperor of the Cabal, he had found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to Callus, contained in glorious armor, embellished with gold and heraldry, and offered all that their hearts desired in exchange for servitude unending. Callus would send his shadows after the conspirators, and managed to successfully hunt down the Master of Ceremonies, Callus's former bodyguard,
Yeah,
and a
kind
favored
of.
team
Yeah, he
merchant
kind of did.
that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempted assassinations, and upon Gaul and Keitel, there would be many. For his daughter in particular, he would send shadows with a specific weapon in hand. A blade that had been passed
The Heart
down
Shadow.
from generation to generation. The Heart Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called enactine, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape if but a shard of it was exposed to psionic energy and the memory of what it had been like. The weapon was an heirloom passed through the women of Callus's line, and he had made sure that Keitel would eventually receive the weapon one way or another. His assassins attempted to take her life time and time again, and each time the mighty heir apparent would leave the blade shattered, ready to be reforged by Callus once again.
Well, I mean, but you
In a
almost never
strange
see me
way,
use it, so
this
that
is
gives
how
you
they
an idea
kept
of
in
how good it
touch.
is.
Callus and Keitel would not communicate directly, but every time a new assassin came wielding the blade, Keitel would shatter it. In these reflections of each other's choices, did Keitel and Callus know of each other's continued existence. It was the only way to gauge each other's strength and intention. Assassins would be sent to kill Gaul and the consul, but likewise they would fail. The new ruler of the Cabal had set his sights on further horizons. He had remilitarized the culture of Torobatel, and had sent out many of the scout legions of the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal space, each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe and would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of scion flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. But just as the Vex and Hive and Elixni would, it would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol, came an omen of prosperity and doom. A single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story begins, and it starts with the arrival of the Traveler.
Oh, Dad's gonna miss the entrance to humanity. Oops. Get your ass to Mars.
At last, our tale turns to humanity, who at the time were a primitive civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time. The creation of human culture and language, the splitting of the atom, the journey of a few brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s that the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing, and perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place on Mars defied scientific explanation. Hastily, the three greatest powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint task force. The United States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, the explorers Mielova, Chow, and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet. They were unsure of what they might find when they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter, they had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they trekked toward the signal's source, anticipation building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it, the source of the signal and the reason for the disturbances. Together they beheld the entity that would change the fate of humanity forever, the Traveler. Beneath its radiant splendor, they bore witness to the first Martian rains in human history and saw life return to the Red Planet. But this was not simply the greatest discovery in all of human history. It was the start of a time of great prosperity for all the people of Earth, just like it had been for so many civilizations before. This time would be known to us as the Golden Age. Like the thousands that had come before us, the Traveler gifted humanity with the light's bounty of creation. The changes to humanity were apparent almost immediately. The nations of Earth and all its peoples entered a time of utopian peace and prosperity, with the bounty of the Traveler effectively doing away with all forms of war and prejudice. The lifespan of the average human tripled, and we did not grow frail in our old age. Those at the age of 90 were considered relatively young and highly capable. It is recorded that back in the days of the Golden Age, there were humans born with a remarkable gift. They were able to hear the voice of the Traveler through involuntary dreams and sudden premonitions. They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as Speakers, and their words were observed with reverence and respect. We expanded out into the system of Sol and established marvelous colonies, an endeavor made easier by the Traveler, which had begun to terraform our worlds into hospitable planets. Mercury became a garden world and the breadbasket of the system. Venus turned into a lush planet of jungles and rivers. Titan was given a breathable atmosphere alongside its oceans of methane. Humanity expanded out to all these places and more as the Traveler changed the worlds around us from hellscapes into havens. Great cities rose from these formerly inhospitable places, from the marvels of the arcologies of Titan to the spires of the Martian city of Freehold. Humanity took root and flourished in Sol. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily based on Venus, where they had discovered the Vex ruins that predated humanity by billions of years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was probably the most infamous
And the discovery of the Black Garden, to which all hell would break loose.
corporation to ever have existed in the Golden Age, whose legacy can be found scattered across the system to this day, the Clovis Bray Corporation. Named after its less than humble creator, Clovis Bray I, it was responsible for starting entire research and development colonies, as well as sponsoring scientific innovation in countless areas from artificial intelligence to artificial personhood to aerospace defense. The remnants of Clovis Bray facilities can still be found across Sol, from Earth to the Moon to Mars, and even on some distant Jovian moons. They were known to work in collaboration with certain national governments as well, and held a great deal of power and influence across all of humanity. But perhaps the greatest legacy of humanity's Golden Age was our technology. In the Golden Age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from even magic to those living back in the early 21st century.
That's a young holiday.
Humanity quickly developed spacefaring craft capable of remarkable feats of transportation, including the first near-light-speed jump drives. There was also the creation of Glimmer, a programmable matter that could be turned into almost anything imaginable when used in combination with the correct energy sources and the correct matter forge. In a very similar vein, but on a grander scale, Willa Bray, one of Clovis's granddaughters, was a leading pioneer on a project known
Yeah, I'm still pissed about Holiday. Like, she literally died for no reason, and I'm not okay with it.
as SIVA. This was a nanite technology that could be commanded to construct and create anything conceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control. The speed with which these nanites could construct something from seemingly nothing
I hope they
was
do,
revolutionary. There are some who speculate that the great cities of the Golden Age colonies were built so quickly thanks partly to this technology. It could even convert surrounding matter into more SIVA, allowing it to replicate quickly. It was intended
I didn't
to
hear
be
about
used
that,
in deep
but
space colonization
after
missions
experiencing
as
it,
well, to allow for the creation of
believe it.
anything from basic habitation structures to whole colonies in next to no time at all. There was also the discovery of a new, more pure state of matter, engram. Within this state of matter, information and energy could be stored and encoded with near-perfect precision, and whilst it would decay over time, engrams became as reasonable a means to store data as any other. They were in fact significant data stores, and can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into whatever is contained within, as long as you have the appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly, there were two inventions within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time. The idea was a simple one: a human consciousness stored digitally on a mechanical body, thus allowing the person to live on with immortality inside their mechanical shell. It became the obsession of Clovis Bray I, who desired immortality and believed that he would be the one to guide humanity into a second age of man, where they would surpass even the Traveler. Exomines had been created before in the Golden Age by others, but they had universally failed, falling prey to fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time. The first hint to the secret of true Exos was discovered on the Moon. A project under the watchful eye of Clovis's grandson, Alton Bray, had uncovered something terrible but powerful. The so-called K1 project had uncovered an artifact buried on the Moon. It was known as the Anomaly, and had inexplicable properties, but chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew. Clovis visited the site, and whilst others experienced hallucinations, he heard something entirely different, a voice that guided him to the distant moon of Europa, promising in his dreams that he would discover the secret to his ascension, his entire purpose and reason for creating the Exos. There, Clovis discovered what he would call clarity control, a statue of a tall veiled figure beneath the moon's icy crust. This would be the first of many statues of the darkness that we would find, always veiled, always black as obsidian, and always brimming with dark power. Thanks to the visions he had received, he also divined that he would need to construct a Vex Gate. The combination of these two factors was key to the Exo's creation. Vex radiolarian fluid, or mind fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a stable Exo mind fluid. At a site that would be known as the Deepstone Crypt, a mass of Exos would emerge and begin to trickle down into human society at large. Little did Clovis know that the K1 artifact and clarity control were fueled by darkness, and that Clovis might have played into the grander designs of agents beyond his comprehension. The Warmind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age.
You know, if that winds up being the reason they killed Holiday is because, well, we don't want to confuse the people that only play expansions, man, that is a load of horse shit. Like, it's not their fault. Like, you shouldn't have to, like, chop up your story just because certain individuals don't want to play the seasonal content. Like, that's not their problem. That's a player problem.
Age. But whilst his granddaughter Elsie Bray would have been close to the Exo project, it was Anna Bray who was close to this one. The Warmind was a creation that would eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself, but it would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more than any administrative or defensive intelligence. Its original template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a smaller AI that had simply been nicknamed R. It would now be given a new name under Clovis Bray and his granddaughter Anastasia Bray. It would bear the name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were so vast that he would sometimes split himself into different sub-minds in order to partition different tasks into different working groups. In the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many great war minds, of which Rasputin was the greatest. Charlemagne, Malahiyati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. But even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives, and they would name Rasputin according to his influence. They gave him the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose was to be humanity's shield, protecting us from threats to our existence that might come from the stars.
Hey, Rob.
He was linked in with almost every possible piece of infrastructure to assist him with this goal. Every vessel, every satellite, every automated weapons system. They could have all been commandeered by the Warmind at a moment's notice should an emergency arise. Rasputin even employed a small private army of loyal human and exo forces known as Seraphs. Where manual intervention was required, they represented the long arm of the Tyrant's will. Whilst he lacked any paracausal abilities himself, he still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not, this would lead to the creation of remarkable weapons created through independent sub-protocols of his own design. This could be anything from traditional small arms, such as was made in the Icalos program, or full-scale planetary defense systems. The greatest of these weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars and which spread throughout the system. Each independent warsat held various sensors and communication systems, and was also armed with a variety of ordnance packages. Clovis Bray I would at one point plan on using these weapons packages to do the unthinkable. In his hubris, Clovis believed that he could replace the Traveler with Rasputin, and so he engineered the possibility for Rasputin to strike down the mysterious sphere. A protocol called Abhorrent Imperative was inserted into the Warmind's code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be fair to say that Anastasia Bray gave him his soul. It was thanks to her many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems, realizing that Abhorrent Imperative was something that he should probably never use. Whilst the protocol remained intact, it would never be used by Rasputin. Even if Clovis had tried to force him to use it, it would have failed. Rasputin's love of human culture would be reflected even to the last of his dying moments. If you ventured into his bunkers, every once in a while you could hear Tchaikovsky playing in the background. With all of humanity's newfound prosperity and its security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus Program was conceived of. Dozens of massive colony ships were constructed, each packed with colonists and shipboard systems that would propel humanity to the stars beyond Sol. The Exodus vessels were designated by color, such as Exodus Red, Exodus Blue, Exodus Indigo, and Exodus Black. Under the supervision of General Chen Lanshu, these vessels were assembled and launched from the old cosmodrome in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, and negotiations with Clovis Bray were even undertaken to see Siva nanites placed aboard each vessel to assist with colonization efforts, or defense should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity, but as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last. There were signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun.
Here's where shit's gonna get ugly.
Though humanity had a few moments at which there were warning signs hinting towards the nature of the coming collapse, and even some direct warnings themselves, many times they were tragically ignored.
Yeah, it is.
Pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the Golden Age could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe that humanity would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system would be plunged into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened quickly, it was not a single moment in time that turned the marvels of our Golden Age from splendor to ash. There were warning signs long before this, and the months over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies. But our warnings would begin on Titan. The proto-worm god Asa, sole survivor of Fundament, had made her home in the methane ocean's viscous depths. There she had stayed alone for eons, until the traveler arrived and the new Pacifica Arcology was founded on the ocean surface above. The subsurface research team eventually found Arsa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for friendship to break the loneliness that she had felt for so many eons, but she also uttered dreadful warnings. The marine xenobiologists who studied Arsa heard her warnings and even brought them to their superiors. But alas, the ancient warning of the single being that might have told them of the witness fell on deaf ears. Thus, our first chance to avert complete disaster was scuppered. On Mars, there was another opportunity. A joint venture between the Clovis Bray Corporation and the Ishtar Collective had borne significant fruit and would be the next avenue by which we might have learned of the oncoming calamity and done something about it. By utilizing Vex technology discovered on Venus and in cooperation with Clovis Bray, a new AI was created. It was not as powerful as Rasputin, but it was still worthy of great respect. Her name was Soteria, but she was also known by another designation, the Augur Mind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective, whilst retaining their remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees of accuracy was what Soteria had maintained. The Vex commonly use this power to chart a course to the end state of the universe, where they will be the only remaining form of life that will survive uncontested. Soteria used this technology to chart safe routes for colonial expeditions out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way. One day, the fabled Ishtar Collective leader known as Maya Sundaresh removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echo pods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27, and then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had just simulated and discovered the Black Fleet, and had realized that it was on its way. Any potential colonial flights that might escape had a narrow window in which they would need to do so, for the fleet was getting closer to Sol with every second. Soteria shepherded this data to Rasputin on a private communications band, and classified the threat under the subtext code of Rasputin's own designation known as Egyptian, a threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat that Rasputin was always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment and prepared for all-out war in the system. Soteria, for her part, was responsible for at least one attempt to save the lives of what human colonists were prepared to go beyond Sol. She prepared emergency launches for the fleet of colonial echo pods at her disposal and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echo pods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence. A prison that was originally meant for the war-mind Rasputin. This was a punishment for her defiance. In a moment of desperation, Soteria attempted one last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warnings of the oncoming collapse. Through a combination of hubris, inaction, and misunderstanding, we had wasted them. And so the Black Fleet arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witness's forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions of people from Titan to Mars prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though, and even if they had all followed them, it was not going to be enough. The next sign came to be the most distressing of them all. The Traveler, which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The Traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete, and it wasn't heading for a new patch of ground to transform. It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the Traveler's retreat time and time again. The forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death, in some ways quite literally. Whilst those in the many colony ships that reached the outer system were wiped out almost universally by gravitational weapons from the Black Fleet, nowhere was there a more dramatic end than on Titan, where the Black Fleet artificially altered the moon's gravity to create a 150-foot-high wave, a super tsunami that spread out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the arcologies beneath a torrent of methane. The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experienced this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to regret more than any other on any day, Rasputin abandoned humanity to their fate and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, and despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash-froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in their wake. Such an action would not only have the effect of creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, but it also suspended the Warmind, Wormgod, and Hive Prince in stasis. None of them would be able to take part in the battles ahead, and only when the ice caps again began to thaw hundreds of years later would this new threat re-emerge once more. At the heart of the collapse, humanity would suffer without Rasputin. But even if he had died in their defense, it would have made no difference. Humanity would die in their untold billions. The forces of the Witness were unleashed upon the worlds of Sol. Survivors from the Black Armory recall some of the moments of the Great Calamity on Earth, where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, without mercy or remorse, where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit, as a titanic show of their power, when a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it to nothing more than bone and dust. The forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in, and soon they would be ready to take the fight to the traveler above Earth. Soon they would make the killing blow. The traveler was there, ready for the Witness and its disciples to claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the Veil and the traveler and allow the completion of the final shape. On one of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the Witness's disciples had been selected for the great honor of leading the assault against Earth. His name was Nezarec, the so-called final god of pain. His dark influence had invaded the dreams of a few who'd lived in Sol long before even the time of the traveler's arrival, and now he had come to this new dark feeding ground. The Veil was in his possession, and from his vessel within the Black Fleet, he would tear humanity asunder at their home world. For this one terrible moment, all must have seemed lost. Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place. And it was all thanks to one who the Witness had deceived long ago. Savathun, the Witch Queen. After she had split from the taken King Oryx's side, the Witness had taken note of her cunning and her viciousness. It had planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother Oryx. In a move that sparked jealousy from Rolk, the first disciple, the Witness saw her as a potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply perceived as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world, and he was instructed to train her to one day ascend into the Witness's highest ranks. In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving that station. But Savathun is cunning, and she had her own plans. Savathun had no intention of following the doctrine of the Witness and completing the final shape. Perhaps it was because her existence was predicated on lies and deception that she was so easily able to fit in with its ranks. Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave and that the Witness had lied to the Hive. Perhaps she wished to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself. Whatever the case may be, Savathun did as she had previously done to Oryx when he was Alrix. With blade in hand, she fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating him. It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth, she stole away the Veil, the key to the Witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, the butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the Witness's most loyal disciples, had scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the Veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local Vex, and the haywire signal of the Veil itself would be enough to hide it from the Witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one of the few remaining colony ships, Exodus Indigo, carried the Ishtar Collective researchers known as Maya Sundaresh and Chioma Essie out of the chaos. They were assaulted by a disciple of some kind, but miraculously managed to fend it off with their ship's defenses. The glaive of the disciple that had struck the vessel was used like an antenna, and remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's wayward submind, allowing it to safely harbor within the vessel itself. Even as the Exodus Indigo would shuttle its way into Neptune's atmosphere, they would find the Veil. Thus, many years later, the hidden city of Neomuna would be born. But for the longest time, both the Veil and the city would be cloaked from the whole universe, and none would know. It would have been assumed quite easily that the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous casualty of the collapse. But, in reality, their survival represented the one true hope for humanity. For here, the tide had been turned. Humanity's doom was still all but assured, but without the Veil, the Witness could not enact its plans. It could not merge the Traveler's light with the Veil's darkness. It could not create the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as the Traveler
Oh hey, we got
itself.
1,000 clan XP, look at that.
Some believed that the Warmind had indeed attempted to destroy the Traveler. Others believed that in a single titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces of light. Others speak of stranger tales still. But what we do know is this: the Traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity, and as it hung low above Earth, it was left broken. A massive shard of the mysterious sphere can still be found as a remnant of that titanic struggle. It sits to this day in what is now known as the European Dead Zone. The forces of the Witness were either banished from Sol or left, seeing that the Traveler had sacrificed itself to save humanity. The Black Fleet was forcibly ejected into dark space, or perhaps the Witness left, hibernating there just in case there was anything it could do to one day return and achieve victory. But for now, the Traveler had won, but the cost was utterly staggering. Most of humanity lay dead or dying. The Warmind was nowhere to be found. Our great marvels and technology and culture had been thrown into the fire. Our knowledge was lost, and the ravages of apocalypse were upon us. Worst of all, the Traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth in the name of humanity, was all but completely gone. Ruin was upon us. But from this moment of tragedy, a new hope was born. In the moment of the Traveler's sacrifice, thousands of tiny sparks of its own divinity were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger than a clenched fist, spilled forth from the Traveler. This was the birth of the ghosts. Their like had never been seen before, and they would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system once again. Their sacred mission, their singular task, was to head out into the system to find those amongst the dead who were worthy of wielding the Traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its undying warriors. Though they would be known as the Risen or Light-Bearers in the early days, in the ages that followed, they would almost universally be heralded by another title. They would be known as the Guardians. But theirs was not the only light that would emerge after the collapse. The apex of the calamity, as darkness pressed in all around, out in the reaches of the asteroid belt, another miraculous occurrence would take place. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people were being changed. It would begin with a clash of light and darkness, with a singularity and a young woman who would be the first to cross over. Though she would not know her destiny at the time, she would one day be sovereign. Her mother in that moment would be Starlight, and her father would be the Dark.
What's going on, JK? I mean, Cage.
In the midst of the collapse,
I'm gonna let this
an
play, I'm gonna go
Exodus
use the bathroom.
program vessel, the Exodus Green, was partway through its journey into the stars. The passengers and crew were meant to form a new outpost of humanity somewhere out in the universe. Their plans were first interrupted by a silent shadow that was stalking their ship through the cold reaches of space. The ship's captain, Alice Lee, hailed the pursuing vessel multiple times to no avail. A phantom pursuer alone would be troublesome enough, but this vessel was likely one of the Black Fleet's pyramid ships, thus spelling an almost certain doom when it caught up with them. Their plans were further altered by the beginning of the collapse. The Warmind Rasputin dispatched orders to the Exodus Green to begin using its defensive kinetic weapons as artillery and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat. Alice Lee, pursued by a mysterious assailant and being recalled to fight for a system that she would soon not even call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a molecular level, torn asunder slowly as they tried to flee desperately. In this moment, Alice Lee sent out every comm buoy and antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark for anything to hear that might care. She declared her intention that her and her crew were to be considered a separate entity from humanity and Sol, a neutral party with no allegiance to Earth. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown, but there was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands. Her name was Mara, and she had seen that soon she was likely to die. She wished to go out on her own terms, so she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long tether from the main vessel. Her brother, Aldwin, as was his nature, followed in her footsteps. As Alice Lee sent out her message, with the Exodus Green surrounded by darkness, a sudden light appeared. In that moment, a clash of primordial forces took place and the very fabric of the universe buckled. A singularity formed within that clash of light and dark, and it began to drag the Exodus Green into its depths. Seeing his sister in mortal peril, Aldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the Exodus Green. But Mara did not look back. And as the ship and Aldwin and Mara were pulled towards the singularity, the young woman who would one day be one of Sol's mightiest sovereigns cut the cord connecting her to the vessel and reached towards infinity. She would choose her own fate. She would be the first. Within the singularity, everything would change. The people of the Exodus Green would awaken on the other side of the singularity, and they would be forever changed by the synthesis of light and dark that they had encountered. Alice Lee was the first to wake, and she discovered Mara Sov next. And as the future queen arose from a cold dream, the two of them beheld what Alice Lee believed to be a world of her own creation. Deep within the singularity, a world had been created. Its rivers flowed like silver, and its endless forests teemed with life uncounted. They called this world the Distributory, and as it was located on the other side of the black hole, it was separated from the ravages of Sol. Inside the singularity, time also passed far more rapidly than it did outside. And so what might be but a second for us might have been 100 years for those that lived in the Distributory. Slowly, Alice Lee and Mara Sov began to wake up the others, until most of the 40,000 or so crew and passengers of the Exodus Green were also roused from their slumber. Their numbers were harshly imbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women. As a result, the society that developed within the Distributory was a matriarchal one, and the men of the new civilization that was born were not often assigned to any positions within their hierarchy that might be considered hazardous in any manner, with their lifespans being practically infinite within the depths of the singularity. These people were functionally immortal, and so each of them would grow to become a fount of knowledge and experience, mastering their many crafts over the thousands of years. With their skin-toned hues of blue, grey and purple, these new people strode out across the distributory and declared themselves to be children of a covenant between the light and dark. They would call themselves the Awoken. The Awoken were immediately split between those of the 891 original remaining crew of the Exodus Green and the 40,000 or so passengers that had simply been colonists in stasis aboard. The 891 were considered to be leaders, and the 40,000 were in many ways subordinate. But regardless, there were questions that all the newly reborn Awoken would be asking about their foundational experience, the existence that they now found themselves in. Answering these questions could determine the balance of power amongst this new people for time in memoriam, and so a council was convened to address all concerns. Chief amongst them was whether the Awoken should return to where they had come from and leave the distributory, or remain within its bounds to prosper eternally. Those that wished to leave were known as the Echolystes, who believed that the Awoken owed a debt to the cosmos that had saved them from destruction. Those that wished to stay were known as the Sanguine, who believed that the covenant of light and dark that had created the Awoken had been made with the understanding that they would forfeit all right to their history in exchange for a new start here within the distributory. Alice Lee proudly proclaimed the Sanguine position and declared that the Awoken should go forth and explore the infant cosmos of the distributory. In secret, Mara Sov would counsel others gathered by her reborn brother Aldrin, and would state that when the time was right, they would all return. Alice Lee would leave this first council in an ascendant position, and proclaimed herself to be the first queen of the Awoken, as she believed herself to be the first of the Awoken to have ever existed. After the many decrees about the Awoken people that day were spoken aloud into covenant and law, Alice Lee made her first command as the queen of this newly reborn people. There would be no lies amongst the Awoken. Little did she know that this well-intentioned first decree would be the source of so much pain, and would also bring about her downfall. As the Awoken people expanded out across the distributory, some would form tribal groups out by the forests
For those of you
and
not
seas.
subbed, this is your
Predominantly,
90-second
these people
warning.
were
You're
of
about
the
to hit an ad
Ecolist
break.
persuasion. Those who dwelled in the cities, on the other hand, tended to be of the Sanguine mindset. Unbeknownst to all but a few, the seeds for division were laid in this foundational difference. One day, a woman from the original 891 crew of the Exodus Green came forward with words like fire. She was the Diasarum, and she would loudly proclaim that Alice Lee had committed deicide, the murder of a god. It had long been accepted that Alice Lee had been the creator of the Awoken peoples and the distributory. The Diasarim stated that Alice Lee could have chosen for all the Awoken to have a divine form, that she had instead chosen to grant them the same mortal form that they had maintained in their past lives. The Diasarim stated that through this choice, Alice Lee had effectively created all Awoken suffering in the universe. She had killed their potential divinity in its crib. The real damage of the statement was not simply the notion that all Awoken had been denied an existence without suffering. It was also that Alice Lee had potentially lied by omission. She was meant to be the queen without secrets, and yet she had kept the most terrible secret for herself. This moment, this accusation of the murder of unborn gods, would be the event that began the first war of the Awoken, the Theodicy War. Prior to this moment, there had been no need for paladins or protectors, but with the Theodicy War, A Rubicon of conflict was crossed, and the Awoken were changed forever. The war would erode the authority of the Queen. She would eventually send Osana Sov, Mara Sov's mother, to negotiate with the Diasarim and sue for peace. When Osana met with the Diasarim, she promised her that her daughter Mara Sov would tell her any secret she desired to know in exchange for peace. And so it was that the Diasarim traveled to meet Mara Sov atop the mountain where she resided, and was never seen again. The questions of what happened and how the Diasarim disappeared persist in the legends here to this day. Did Mara kill her? Did she cease to be, having heard an unimaginable secret? Did she change her ways and choose a new life after having caused the first war? Was it always Mara all along? None can be sure, but what we do know is that the Diasarim was most certainly Mara's puppet in this regard. She would allow the Ekalist cause to wither for a time. She did not believe it was the right moment for the Awoken to return, but one day, return they would. Before that time would arrive, Mara would have a chance encounter that would change her life forever. As the Sanguine's faction's truth flourished, their scribes gathered all knowledge, including portents and prophecy, to their side. In this way, they heard the discontent of Mara and Aldrin, who still quietly supported the Ekalist position. To these scholars, they represented something of an existential threat. If Mara were to ever gain power in the future, she could be the spark that started a second Theodicy war. One day, a colossal Awoken warrior would enter the court of some of these scribes, armed with a longbow so massive that only a woman of her unchallenged strength could even string it, let alone draw it to its fullest length. She declared that her name was Sieur Ido, and that she was hunting Mara Sov for the murder of her lady, the Diasarim. The scholars of the Sanguine saw this as a chance to potentially save thousands of lives by taking just one. So they did what they could to direct Sieur, though she would still not find her quarry for a long time. Under the Awoken's second queen, Ngoya Pin, a masked figure would enter the royal court. This was Mara in disguise, and she would counsel the queen for a long time, swaying her to become an Ekalist and encouraging her to open her court to all the knowledge of the world. The many scholars gathered there would be set to work in a way that suited Mara's cause. But one day into this court, many years later, Sieur Ido would walk, still furious over the death of the Diasarim, still hunting Mara. But when she found Mara in her laboratory, she was stopped in her tracks. Her fury was suddenly tempered by Mara's grace and beauty. Her hatred wilted, and something else blossomed in its stead. Sieur Ido could not bear to kill Mara, and so she threw down her weapon. She declared that she would wound someone beloved to Mara, thus leaving her forever maimed in spirit, because she could not bear to kill Mara in all her beauty. Mara could not refuse this challenge, and so her brother Aldrin became her chosen champion. The two warriors would battle each other with blade, with rifle, and with fifth-generation superiority fighters. The news of this duel sent the scribes that had sicked Sieur on Mara into a wild panic. Over the centuries since they had sicked Sieur on Mara, they had found a place in the new Queen's court, and realized that if they were found to have sanctioned this murder, they would be banished. Luckily for these idle scholars, the duel between Aldrin and Sieur would have a most unexpected outcome. When fighting with blades, the brute strength of Sieur was equal to the finesse and footwork of Aldrin. They both fell together, and thus it was a tie. When fighting with rifles, the two warriors fought in the distributory's great jungles. Whilst Aldrin was the better hunter, Sieur used her disruptive power to brute force a victory, swaying nature's balance against Aldrin, forcing the fauna to expose him. In this way, she secured victory and had been able to severely wound Aldrin in the process. For their final battle, both of them were supplied with any choice of ship that they desired. Sieur had chosen a powerful Ermine TAC interceptor. Aldrin had chosen an outdated ship called a Dart. What Sieur failed to realize was that per the terms of the duel, any weapons that could not be supplied would be simulated instead. The Dart's standard weapon loadout was capable of being switched with an air-to-air nuclear munition. Using this simulated munition,
Jesus.
Aldrin scored a kill from over 80 kilometers away, and Sieur Ido lost before she could even see him. The score was all tied up.
Damn.
Realizing the stalemate, Sieur threw herself before Mara and said that with the tie, her fate was in Mara's hands. She pleaded for a more kind fate than that of the Diasarim, who she had sworn to avenge. Mara approached the humbled warrior and said, "Rise, Sieur Ido. Let us take the stars together." The exact story of the blossoming love between Mara and Sieur is not recorded in complete detail, but given the lifespans of the Awoken were near infinite, it may have been a love that endured as unassailably as the moon and the tides that it brings. Mara would have need of strong confidants, especially for what came next, and few amongst the Awoken were as strong as Sieur Ido. Mara scoured the great archives of the Awoken, looking for knowledge. She had to prove what she already knew, but the Awoken had to return to the greater universe. To do this, she launched countless satellites and instruments of observation into the orbit of the distributary's planetary gravity. When she had sufficient proof, she would address the Awoken people and tell them of this most fundamental of truths. Mara at this point was the face of the Acolyte belief, and with data to back up her assertion, she would inform the Awoken of the reality that they had to face. Returning to the universe at large would be perilous, and it would pull the Awoken from the distributary, thus robbing them of their immortality. But Mara's sway over the people was immense. What's more, Mara told them of the fragments that had been retrieved from the observation instruments. What little they had heard indicated that their kin on the other side were in terrible danger, and that the Awoken had escaped the same fate. The distributary was a refuge, but they had arrived there by escaping a madness more ancient than one might fathom. Despite the danger and the guarantee of embracing mortality, Mara gained the support of tens of thousands of the Awoken, thus granting her the people that she would need for an exploratory expedition back into Sol. Before she left, she deemed that there was one thing she had to do. Mara went to Alice Lee, the first Queen of the Awoken, she who had believed the distributary to be of her design, who the Diasarim had accused so long ago of robbing the Awoken of divinity, to whom Mara had told the first lie. Sitting with her, Mara would tell her the truth. It was not Alice Lee who had created the distributary. It was not Alice Lee who had been the first amongst their people. It was not Alice Lee who had denied the Awoken their divinity. It was Mara. She was the first. Alice Lee was enraged at the truth, knowing now that Mara had engineered all that had happened across the history of the Awoken, knowing that all the suffering of their people was her fault, knowing that Mara was guilty of the very thing she herself had been accused of, an accusation so strong that it sparked anew the concept of war itself in a universe unblemished by it. Alice Lee would then throw her support behind Mara's expedition from that moment, not out of agreement, but so that she could rid the distributary of Mara forever. The last thing she called Mara was the devil. After some preparation, the expedition would be successful and Mara would return to Sol. It was then that she discovered the system in utter chaos. She quickly established habitats and outposts within the reaches of what had been known as the asteroid belt. It was now strewn with the abandoned derelict vessels that had fled during the collapse, only to be destroyed by the Black Fleet. A foul reef of dead ships. Mara's Utex, the same group that would one day become the Techians, also discovered that various members of the Awoken expedition had developed new powers upon leaving the distributory. These powers manifested most strongly in Mara, and Mara was in herself like an amplifier to those around her. It did not take long for Mara to proclaim herself as the new sovereign of this people, of the Awoken of the Reef. There were, however, many who wished to immediately depart for Earth and to assist their long-lost brethren. Mara urged caution and believed that they needed to build up a stable base of power first. Many vehemently disagreed with her. There were even riots on the matter, which momentarily plunged the reef into chaos.
Damn.
Exploiting this opportunity, a new set of interlopers descended on the Awoken. Through the many painful years of the Long Drift, the Elixni had arrived in Sol, more vicious and tenacious than they had ever been before. These Fallen would momentarily clash with the Awoken, and Mara, Sieur, and Aldrin had to rally their people to fight off the invaders. As the raiders were fought back, some of the Awoken had taken the opportunity to act on their desires, and a vessel was quickly launched away from the reef before anyone could stop it. Seeing her control start to wither, Mara relented. The Awoken would be given one choice each. They could either remain in the reef under her rule and build towards a future for the system on their own terms, or they could leave now and assist humanity at the cost of never returning again. Thus, the Awoken, who had already been torn apart by those who left the distributory and those who stayed, were riven once again into the Reefborn and Earthborn Awoken. Those who left Mara's control would go on to do an immeasurable amount of good for the people of Earth. Many would even be judged as being worthy of becoming guardians upon their death. But the world that they had emerged into would be a terrifying one. Where before humanity's golden age had stood, now there was only ruins, rust, and the remains of those who had died in the collapse.
And now you kind of have an idea of what Zavala is as well, because he is an Awoken. So now he's a Earthborn Awoken.
As the Awoken were given their choice, and some of them made their way to Earth, they found a solar system in turbulent chaos. The Black Fleet and its disciples had been pushed back, but there were many other threats that rose in their absence. It isn't known who arrived first or exactly when. Records from this time are scant and next to non-existent. Such was the nature of history and technology. There would be no true date-keeping or timeline from this moment onwards. There would only be the vicious clawing cycle of night and day, season to season. What we do know is that of the forces that appeared in Sol, the Awoken were clearly not the first. The Elixni's long drift had come to a close, but not all of them had universally settled in the asteroid belt, as the Awoken had discovered. Arriving in Sol, many of the different houses of the Elixni would spread out across the system to claim new territories. The House of Devils would claim Earth's Cosmodrome. The House of Rain would claim the sun-soaked fields of Mercury. The House of Winter would claim the Ishtar Sink on Venus, and the House of Wolves would claim territory in the Jovian moons. Hardy scavengers and survivors that they were, the Elixni's resilient physiology allowed them to survive almost anywhere, so long as there were enough resources for their servitors to turn into ether. But at this point, they were more than just scavengers content to pick over the bones of our civilization. They were drawn here by the traveler, and in their exodus from Reese, many houses had developed into warbands ruled by despots. None were as infamous as the first known Kell of the House of Devils, Akalux, who had taken the action that led the Exodus fleet of the Elixni on the Long Drift in the first place. It was he who would plunder what had once been Golden Age London and burn it to the ground before taking his house eastward to the European plains and the rich hunting grounds of Baikonur. The Fallen were not the only warlords to establish themselves in this time either. Having been drawn there by the fall of Nezarek's pyramid, Hive forces under the banner of Crota would begin to infest the moon, where they constructed a massive pit. This pit would eventually be turned into a terrifying subterranean fortress with dozens of different offshoots, catacombs, and ritual chambers. We would know it then as the Hellmouth. From here, Crota would create the infrastructure necessary to stage a long-scale Hive invasion of Earth. When the time was right, from this fortress and its attached facilities, Hive Cedar vessels would be launched in the direction of Earth, and thousands upon thousands of Crota's brood would invade. The Hellmouth's construction had been built in a downwards fashion for another reason though. Crota's forces were intent on reaching the Pyramid of Nezarek, but much as they tried to gain access, they were always denied by the pyramid itself, and so they collected in its shadow, like a roiling colony of ants, with dreams of stellar conquest and dark gods. Crota's father was not far behind, as many of Oryx's servants were often found in proximity of those worlds blessed by the light. As he had done many times before, he quietly established his presences throughout the system, seeding worlds with his forward armies, advance broods on Earth, the Jovians, the asteroid belt, and beyond. They would prepare for the day when Crota's army was ready, and would bring forth great tribute in the king's name. Whilst some intruders were subtle, others were utterly blunt. None more so than the Cabal. Multitudes of scout legions sent by Dominus Gaul arrived in Sol, including the Sand Eaters, Dust Giants, Siege Dancers, Blind Legion, and Skyburners. Together, they would collectively lay claim to Mars and spread their forces across its surface to rapidly establish a series of heavily entrenched bases and battle lines. Their control over the moon of Phobos was so complete that they were able to establish an entire fleet base there, Fleet Base Kuros, a staging ground for the Skyburners and their vessels, and a defensive hub that would coordinate the operations of the Cabal throughout the system. There were indications that even these initial scout legions were capable of some terrifying levels of destruction on a planetary scale. With that in mind, one of their most powerful assets was probably a trio of Scion Flayers that had evolved into their greater forms. This trio, known as the Ice Reapers, was responsible for intelligence gathering and the retrieval of advanced technology, but their psionic powers were also put to display in a most prominent fashion. The Flayers began to pull Mars's moon of Phobos into an unnaturally low orbit to the point where you could prominently see it in the Martian sky. Supposedly, this was to be used as a weapon of last resort that could be deorbited from Mars, thus destroying the entire planet if the campaign was going badly. Such force feels excessive, but it is characteristically the Cabal way, and their powerful munitions and strong logistics operation would allow them to contend with the awakening of the oldest beings within Sol. Deep within the cores of many of our planets and moons, lakes of radiolarian fluid began to flow with a renewed purpose. All across the system, from Venus to Mercury to Mars, the Vex began to awaken. The Ishtar Collective had previously discovered them on Venus in the Ishtar Sink, and had determined that their ruins had been there for billions of years. Now those ruins began to spring to life, and Vex frames began to emerge from those ruins to accomplish the inscrutable goals of the Vex. Whilst many worlds were blighted by the Vex, some, such as Mercury, were completely overrun. Mercury's core was consumed and completely hollowed out to create a giant Vex simulation engine known as the Infinite Forest. The once lush paradise and breadbasket of the system that Mercury had been was transformed into a blasted wasteland pocked with the stony spires and metallic plating of Vex installations. And then, at the heart of it all, there was humanity. Broken, fractured, surrounded, and desperate. The collapse had been a body blow to us as a species, but we now faced the grueling task of surviving the hostile system that had once been our dominion. Whilst the whole of humanity was threatened, there was one group who found themselves in an utterly unique situation. On the edges of the system, the Exodus Indigo had landed on Neptune, having been damaged by an attack on their vessel by one of the disciples of the Witness, or what is presumed to be a disciple. On Neptune, they were able to use their ship's supplies, including a small amount of Siva, to establish a basic habitable colony, and then came the remarkable discovery that Savathun had left for them: the Veil. Amongst the number of the Exodus Indigo were the Ishtar Collective researchers Chioma Essi and Maya Sundaresh. They would set about studying the Veil and would eventually find a way to derive power from it, even though it would have many adverse effects on many of the EXO members of their crew. It didn't take long for the Vex to discover them, and whilst they would be able to push into Neomuna's outer defenses, they were consistently stopped by the energy emitted by the Veil itself. In response to this, the Vex created a simulation that was woven into Neptune's electromagnetic field. This hid all in proximity of the Veil and the Veil itself, thus preventing any humans within that area from being detected by the outside world for a long time. It would also cut them off from any potential reinforcements, but this worked out well for the fledgling colony on Neptune. They were able to hold the Vex at bay, and to secure their prosperity in the time being. The screen hiding them from all of the events of the system meant that they were in relative isolation. Thus, with their infrastructure and their defenses starting to be built up, the city of Neomuna was born. One of its earliest residents, a woman named Michaela Eulaha, was exposed to some of the technology that had been brought with them on the Exodus Indigo. In particular, she was exposed to a strange series of nanites from Siva. The nanites infected her body and violently changed it, causing her to grow metal plating across parts of her body, giving her remarkable strength and incredible speed, as well as the ability to regenerate.
Ooh.
She used this accident to her advantage and became a vicious fighting force against Neomuna's Vex invaders. Though she would only live for about 10 years after the accident, she would be known from then on as the Strider, and her selfless
She was the
actions
first
were
Cloud
the
Strider.
creation point for the Cloud Strider organization. As time went on, the establishment of the Cloud Striders was made far more entrenched. They had a device that they would eventually use called the Sidereal, and that would allow them to create new Cloud Striders. But given the nature of the experimental technology being used, only 2 Cloud Striders would be created at a time. One of the later Cloud Striders, by the call sign of Stargazer, would head out on a mission to Earth in order to make contact with any remnants of humanity that they could find. They had hoped to find segments of human civilization that they could establish diplomatic communications with, perhaps even uplifting them to rejoin humanity on Neomuna. What they discovered on Earth was anarchy. Earth's people had not been as fortunate as Neptune's, and many of them had been eking out a living from what little remained. Worse still were those that had been blessed by the Traveler's Light. In these early Dark Age days, there was little to stop a light-bearer with a ghost from being considered a god. Every time someone killed them, they could be brought back from the grave. With their ability to defy death and with the paracausal abilities that they had been gifted with their light, some of them quickly rose to become regional rulers. These were some of the first warlords, light-bearers who used their powers to impose their will over others and dominate the world as they saw fit. The Cloud Strider known as Stargazer would encounter a warlord at some point, and they were followed by a small army numbering in the hundreds. They shot the warlord and retreated with their team inside a Warmind bunker. Before destroying the bunker to prevent its harmful weapons from getting into the hands of their aggressors, Stargazer petitioned one of Rasputin's surviving submines, Malahiyati, to delete all references across the Warmind network to Neptune and the Exodus Indigo. This would keep the presence of Neomuna truly secure and would make us blissfully unaware of its existence for hundreds of years.
Damn.
When Stargazer returned to Neomuna, they were ready to inform the populace of their findings, and for the longest time, it would be the belief of all Neomuni that Earth was merely a lawless frontier filled with tyrants and warlords, and those trying desperately to survive. For the longest time, they would have been right to believe such a thing too. For in the earliest days of the Dark Age, war ravaged the entire system. and nobody was truly safe. The Neomuni were not the only ones to note this. The Awoken were keenly aware that the system was treacherous. It was for this reason that Mara Sov sent out her brother Aldrin to seek a source of power for her that was unique in this system, thus granting her an asymmetric advantage. Aldrin scoured the system and returned with a mysterious paracausal creature, a wish dragon. Also known as an Ahamkara, these beasts were shapeshifters capable of completely altering their form. The Ahamkara were also armed with a terrible power, wish magic, a paracausal ability that allowed them to read the desires of their prey and then grant their wishes, whilst also twisting the threads of fate to do so. Unfortunately, in the twisting of such wishes, Faustian bargains would be created. Thus, petitioning a wish dragon for one's desire was a perilous process requiring great discipline. The creature that Aldrin had discovered and presented to Mara called itself Riven in honor of its new hosts, honoring the twice Riven Awoken. But it was not alone. Wish dragons populated the system on almost every planet, but were particularly concentrated on Venus. Together, Riven and Mara would set about creating a grand home for the Awoken and the Ahamkara. Mara declared that they would be more than survivors, though. They would be a people, and thus, through Mara's vision and Riven's magic, the Awoken would build a place worthy of their people, the Dreaming City. This would not be the Awoken capital, but it would be one of their most holy sites, a place for them to learn, connect with their ancestors, and meditate on the nature of the world. Ahamkara would flock to the Dreaming City, and they would live alongside the Awoken for a time in a mostly peaceful, albeit cautious, symbiosis. Yet another secret enclave was constructed in Sol, but this time on Earth. There was no place for people to run to, not yet at least. In those early days, refugee caravans trailed across the world looking for anywhere that they might find some degree of safety. Some would attempt to establish small settlements and towns like Palamon or Coyote, and whilst these places would be home to some, they were not fated to last. Fallen raiders, rogue light-bearers, and the wilderness of the frontier would be the forces that eventually spelled doom to these settlements. Hope was scarce indeed, but slowly from the ashes of ruin and death, a spark of hope would be kindled. One day, a group of 5 warlords set a village to the torch. Another group of light-bearers made their presence known that day, and at great cost they defeated the would-be tyrants and vowed that there would be no more death. There would be no more without protectors. Humanity needed its protectors. And so it was that these first 4 light-bearers present on this day would become some of humanity's first great guardians. Radagast, Perun, Yolda, and Saladin would be counted among the very first of the Iron Lords. In time, they would bring more legendary figures into the fold: Silumar, Gelion, Scori, Timur, Ephrodite, and Felwinter. And when Felwinter was folded into the Iron Lords, he agreed that they would be able to use his peak. Though he kept the name of Felwinter Peak, from it the Iron Temple was born, and Earth had its first small enclave of relative safety for some. But it would not be the last, and luckily it would be maintained even though Silumar had to rebuild it multiple times. The names of the Iron Lords would be honored within the Iron Temple under an ironwood tree, and those names would stand in legendary regard amongst Guardians even to this day. This was the first knightly order that would bring some semblance of control and peace to the world. They would challenge the warlords and drive them back. Under the tutelage of the original Iron Lords, many great heroes would be molded into the finest protectors of humanity, one way or another. Not least amongst their number would be an awoken man of great strength, called Zavala, and a strange human of impatient disposition and great knowledge, called Osiris. The heroes of Earth had begun to make their mark, but the people of Earth still needed a true place to call home, and the Iron Temple was not large enough for the whole of humanity. For so many, there was but one place they could go. One place more obvious than any other. They went to that strange place where the traveler had made its final stand. In the shadow of this broken god, humanity's remnants would begin to regroup. The refugee camp grew and grew, and eventually their numbers swelled to the point where everyone needed to be properly organized. And in this moment, we nearly destroyed ourselves once again. From the huddled masses, there were inevitably different perspectives on what had to be done. We should make ready to leave Earth for good. We should stake our claim and choose strong leaders to guide us. We should prepare for war. Each of these different ideas in turn attracted more and more people. Eventually, they attracted light bearers. And before the camp had even truly been able to establish itself, there were factions within its boundaries. And as these factions began to clash, Lightbearer would eventually fight Lightbearer. It was in this time that the division within this fledgling refugee camp gave a perfect opportunity for the Fallen to arrive and plunder the great host of human survivors. They did not know the true power of the Guardians on that day, though, and in the face of an external threat, the factions were able to put aside their differences and repel the invaders. These skirmishes were known as the Faction Wars, and they nearly destroyed the only home humanity had on Earth. A leader would need to step forward. Someone would need to organize them. But it would not take long for the Elixni to return. This time, though, they would return in strength. The faction wars may have been the first time that this new fledgling city had seen battle, but it would not be the last. As more and more Guardians returned and as more and more walls were being erected to defend what was this small refugee encampment, eventually, the House of Devils saw a moment to strike. This would be the first great conflict between the Elixni and humanity on such a scale, and for the Fallen, it was dramatically important. They had seen that the Traveler had settled on Earth. They had seen that it had died for this other people. They had even seen that it had sheltered them beneath its great bulk. And worst of all, it had granted its gift, its blessing, to the various members of that civilization even beyond its own death. For the Fallen, this was not just a religious war. This was their moment to prove that they were still worthy of the great machine. And so the House of Devils descended upon the city in numbers. The defense of the city under this barrage of Fallen artillery was mostly conducted by Guardians, though some rudimentary frames and some members of the civilian population would be armed. In this terrifying fight, this first battle, there would be 6 different fronts, and the many Guardians that would hold those different fronts would not let even a single one break. Thus the battle was known as the Battle of the 6 Fronts. And from this moment, the city would truly emerge.
One of
it was
two
humanity's first
major
true
battles
victory,
in the last city.
And many legendary Guardians, such as Commander Zavala, Saint 14, Lord Shax, and Osiris, would emerge as legends on that day, having defended the city with their vicious light. It was also in this moment that many other legends were born. A speaker had come forward, one who could supposedly hear the Traveler's voice. And what's more, he had begun to organize the last city properly. There were factions within our ranks, and there were various Lightbearers that needed organizing. It was clear now that the Lightbearers were split across 3 disciplines: Hunters, Titans, and Warlocks. The speaker created a Vanguard, a group of 3 individuals, one representing each discipline. Titans were heavily clad in the greatest of armor and favored more brutish aspects of martial combat. Their will to charge the enemy was only tempered by their instinct to defend those in need. Hunters were nomadic and free-spirited. They often roamed alone or in small posses, acting as scouts on the wild frontiers of Earth or beyond, or bold adventurers, willing to disregard authority and their own safety for a little glimmer and glory. Warlocks quickly became known for their wisdom and sheer arcane power. Of all the different classifications of Lightbearer, their connection to the Traveler was the fiercest, and through that connection, they would unearth grand arcana and forge new techniques of light. These light bearers that had
Hunter's
defended
best
this
race.
encampment would no longer be known as light bearers, though. Thanks to their defense of this fledgling city, the light bearers had earned themselves a title. It would define them for the rest of their existence. They would be known as Guardians, and the first amongst the vanguard were drawn from their number. Thus, Saint 14, Osiris, and Tallulah Fairwind ascended to be the first ever mentors of the vanguard, for the Titans, Warlocks, and Hunters respectively. And as for the factions, they were also looped in. Whilst they had nearly destroyed the last city during the faction wars, they still represented many important perspectives. And so, with them in mind, the speaker would take a look to see which ones were worth representing. Those that had directly instigated violence were exiled permanently, but those that had not, and those that had peacefully laid down their arms, would be allowed to continue persisting. Of the many that petitioned to be represented more directly, there were three that were most popular:
Future War.
the Concordat, the New Monarchy, and the Dead Orbit.
Oh, right.
Their
Concordat
perspectives
was
would be
first.
represented on a consensus council. They would be at the heart of government within the consensus at large, that was also joined by the Vanguard members and the Speaker. There was also a greater consensus council that also consisted of any other citizens and other factions within the city. Those such as the Future War Cult or the Symmetry were represented here in addition. This was by far the greatest echo of the Battle of the Six Fronts, the union of humanity's light-bearing defenders and those who would represent the civilian population into a government was a significant step forward for humanity.
Dad, no.
But it
he's a
wouldn't be the
YouTuber
only
for a
echo.
living.
The Six Fronts for which the battle was given its
This
name
is his job.
were held predominantly by 4 Titan orders. As best we know, they were the Pilgrim Guard, the Firebreak Order, the Stoneborn Order, and the First Pillars. Regardless of which of these orders were present on that day, we do know that the defense of this fledgling city on 6 fronts by 4 orders of Titans is the reason for Titan heraldry being what it is, a hexagon of 6 sides with 4 different divided pieces to it. Their heraldry has always remembered 6 fronts. It is one of their proudest achievements to defend the last city without a single one of these fronts breaking. And as it began to grow, this fledgling city that had once been nothing but a refugee camp simply became known as the Last City, the last safe haven for humanity in Sol, as best we knew at the time. Whilst there were some amongst the Titan Orders who lamented the way that 6 fronts ended, in particular the Firebreak, who wished that they could have their glorious charge into the ranks of the retreating Fallen, there were many other dangers throughout the system, and soon the Guardians would be rallied to deal with them. In particular, securing the city's defenses would allow us to turn our eyes to the rest of the system. There were terrible things happening on Venus. In particular, the Ahamkara was starting to transform it. We didn't understand why at the time, but it is likely that this is thanks to the intervention of the Nine. And from what we had seen, we had realized the power of these terrible beasts was a threat that we could not allow to exist. And so the order was given. The Guardians would hunt down the Ahamkara and bring about their extinction. It was not an easy choice to make. Guardians had gained power from their bargains, but much had also been lost, and Ahamkara bargains were notoriously Faustian. The Ahamkara would be hunted down and made extinct. The terrible weight of this decision would be a stain upon Guardian history for all our days. Thankfully, though, we weren't truly efficient. For all the Guardians that did hunt down dragons, there would be many that didn't return. And there were rumors that some escaped the hunt, though the Cryptarchy mostly dismissed this as nothing but superstition. But the Guardians never found Riven. Marasov had hid her away in the Dreaming City, and at long last, she had found her unique source of power. But this was not the only tragedy that would befall the Lightbearers in the Dark Age. As what one might consider to be the Dark Age drew to a close, the Iron Lords were making significant progress in cutting down their warlord aggressors. Earth was starting to fall under one banner where human territory was concerned, and the Iron Lords were doing a decent job at uniting humanity. And then they discovered something. The Iron Lord warlock known as Fellwinter was searching relentlessly for Siva alongside Lord Timur. The nanotechnology that was meant to all but guarantee the self-sufficiency of humanity would be a grand prize. In fact, for many of the Iron Lords, it would be an obsession. Eventually, Fellwinter discovered where to find it, and he also discovered something about himself. He learned that he was a Siddhartha Golem, an exo risen to be Rasputin's eyes and ears within humanity, effectively a spy, but more accurately, someone who would be able to keep tabs on human civilization and for Rasputin to learn from. But when Fellwinter was destroyed and then risen again as a light bearer, what little of Rasputin that remained on Earth was incensed and enraged. Continuously, Fellwinter would be the target of orbital strikes and strange attacks from any Warmind installation that he went near to. Fellwinter was in many cases like a son to Rasputin, and what little of him had recognized Fellwinter in that moment was jealous of the Traveler for having stolen his son, or what he would think of as his son. And like so many jealous fathers, Rasputin would seek to punish his offspring. Eventually, with much work and dedication, Fellwinter would discover that there was a production site for Siva nanites in the eastern section of the Cosmodrome. This was what the Iron Lords had been looking for. It represented a way to lift the people of humanity out of squalor and to return us to the Golden Age. The Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome in force at the order of their leader, but first amongst equals, Lord Radagast. More than 100 Iron Lords descended upon the Cosmodrome, but what they found that day was not Siva as a tool, but Siva as a plague.
And only
Siva had been given orders upon noticing the intrusion and presence of Fellwinter. These orders came from the remnant of Rasputin that controlled it. It was a series of orders contained in only 3 words. 3 words that Rasputin would live to learn and regret till the end of his life. Replicate, eliminate, immunize. The nanites were unleashed as weapons, and there was nothing that the Iron Lords could do. Over 100 Iron Lords descended into that place, which would one day be called the Plague Lands. Of those 100 or so that entered, there would be only 2 survivors that day, Lord Saladin Forge and Lady Ephrodite. Siva production was momentarily stopped. The Iron Lord Yolda had taken an explosive device deep into the Siva replication complex, and she had managed to detonate it just as everyone was being consumed by the nanites. But even in their failure, the legend of the Iron Lords lived on, partly as a cautionary tale and partially as a heroic one. And they were not alone. The last city might have been built on the greatest tragedy of humankind, but from its humble beginnings, legends would rise, and with them, there would be a chance for humanity to prosper once again.
Link is passed the fuck out in that. Yeah, you.
Something that regularly proves to be a frustration when talking about Destiny's lore and its timelines is that in the relatively early dates, before the actual foundation of the city, after the collapse, and from then on onwards, there are very few actual references to actual dates. The people of Earth had little time to record keep, and as they fled for their lives, the days bled into each other, the months bled into each other. Thus, it is often hard to determine where one age begins and another has ended. There is no greater example of this than with the transition from the Dark Age to the City Age. Some say it began with the completion of the first of the city's walls. Others say it began at the conclusion of the Battle of the Six Fronts. Others still believe that it began with the formation of the Consensus. No matter the truth, the result is the same. The Guardians had arisen to find their city alive and with hope for the future. And in their noble defense of the last city, the Guardians would push out into the wilds to deal with strange and deadly forces that had plagued our worlds. A new order was a real possibility that at last lay within reach. Or so they thought back in the days of the City Age. These moments might have been separated by days, they might have been separated by centuries, but regardless, we know from the legends that stand before us even to this day that they did happen. There are small hints as to the chronology of things, but still, there are moments where things might be inaccurate. So, with that in mind, the events are chronicled in this order, as I believe they are indeed the correct order. There must have been first a time of peace, where Guardians were allowed to reflect on their greatness, and when the city was assured of the supremacy of its defenders. It is perhaps the only thing that makes sense, because of the hubris of what happened next. The city was keen to expand its territory further. It started with small expeditions to the outer worlds of the system, and to the inner core. In particular of note, Saint 14 had been tasked with leading one such group of survivors to try and recolonize Mercury, before realizing that it was overrun by the House of Rain. Whilst these initial failures had slowed them down, the Last City was still looking to reclaim humanity's lost wonders, and they set their sights in the same place that pre-Golden Age humans had long ago. They looked to the moon, our one true celestial neighbor within striking distance. The initial reports suggested that Luna was Hive territory, with something of a ragtag fallen presence there too. The consensus was committed to securing a foothold on the moon and retaking it for humanity, and even as they suddenly realized that it was also home to the Hive, they did not believe they could be stopped. But in the meeting where the forces were being committed to war, and where the consensus was ready to vote on an invasion of the moon, they were interrupted by a Guardian called Lord Shax, a former warlord of great renown and power. Shax was one of the most tested battlefield commanders in the city, and he knew in his gut that the assault on the moon was a terrible idea. He had seen what the Hive could do. He remembered a key victory that the city had fought against them, a conflict that they had barely won. It was known as the Battle of the Burning Lake, and there Shax had witnessed firsthand the power of the Hive's blades, and understood that in them there was a potential answer to the light of Guardians. They were not like any other force in Sol. They could summon the true powers of darkness to their side. But despite his pleas, Lord Shax was ignored, and the Guardians of the Last City began to assemble into the greatest army of Guardians that had ever been seen.
And it was
A host of
known as the
thousands
Great
would assemble under the
Disaster.
banner of the Cormorant Seal, led by the Praxic Order, and they would march on Luna with the intent of reclaiming humanity's stellar birthright. Unique weapons of war such as the Thunderlord and its sisters Abaddon and the Nova Mortis were created in preparation for the assault. It was meant to be the great liberation of Luna. But it
For the uninitiated, the Thunderlord is a heavy machine gun that sends down bolts of lightning with each bullet contact.
would be known instead as the Great Disaster. Upon their arrival, the forces of Guardians would spread out to capture their objectives, and would encounter fierce resistance from the bands of Fallen that they came across. But when they hit the depths of Luna, then things would change. The hit and fade tactics of the Fallen would be troublesome. They were merely a band of exiles trying to scrape out a living on the moon's harsh surface. The real threat below were Luna's true rulers. When the armies of the Hive emerged to engage the Guardians, the battle that would commence was titanic in scale. The Guardians would see the strength of this terrible power firsthand, and would be forced to face their champion at the height of his power. Crota had arrived, and his brood washed over the army of the Cormorant Seal like a tide. With his sword, the Darkest Edge, in hand, Crota personally slew some of the Last City's greatest champions, including Wei Ning, one of the greatest titans that ever lived. Their light was drained by his blade, and their ghosts would be crushed into screaming knives that he used to murder them. At Mare Ibrium, where the greatest part of the battle took place, Crota fought with 1,000 knights at his back. The skies themselves turned green with soulfire, and when Crota's sword fell, it cracked the surface of the moon, creating deep green fissures that remain to this day. The Guardians were pushed back, and then routed entirely. A general retreat was sounded. The battle was lost. Following this moment, the Consensus, tail between its legs and realizing its mistake too late, declared that there would be an interdiction zone on the moon and within all cislunar space. No operations on the moon were to be sanctioned by the Vanguard, and Guardians venturing there would receive no further logistical or operational support. The moon was lost, and humanity's dream of reclaiming their Golden Age heritage was promptly shattered. Despite this, vengeance was a desire that burned in the chests of many Guardians. None more so than Ariana III, who had seen her lover Wei Ning die at Crota's hands. A vision given to her by a wizard that she had interrogated on the moon showed her this exact moment. Alongside her friend Eris Morn, a renowned hunter, she sought the knowledge of her enemy, which she would use to destroy them. She would find herself then in the company of the one person who truly had that knowledge, an exiled master of Hive Arcana, the warlock Toland, the Shattered. Toland would join them and advised them on their return trip to the moon, but he did not disclose his true intentions till it was far too late. He was obsessed with the Hive's sword logic and believed it to be the proof of their supremacy throughout the universe, and so it was that this three was joined by the other half of their fire team, the six that would go on to assault Crota, the first Crota fire team. Ariana III, Eris Morn, Toland the Shattered, Omar Agar, Sai Mota, and Vel Tarlo. They would return to the moon and assault the Hellmouth to avenge those fallen at Mare Ibrium. 6 of them went down into the pit. Only one would crawl out. Vel Tarlo and Sai Mota would fall at the hands of the Hive, be they the Darkblade's thrall or the clawing screams of Omnigul. Omar Agar would be captured and broken, torn upon the rack by Crota's heart, a wizard whose intent was torture, and who stripped the light from his very being in strands to be fed to Crota's rising brood. Only Ariana and Toland would make it to the deepest part of the Hellmouth, to the stills, where no light reaches. They crossed into Crota's throne world, where Toland heard Yut the Death Singer, and died in body, though not in spirit. It isn't clear whether Ariana would face Crota or not, but there are hints that this moment might have indeed occurred. Rumor has it that in her final moments, she seemed as wholly luminescent as the sun itself. Alas, Crota's darkness was greater. Only Eris Morn would survive, thanks to the sacrifice of her ghost Briar. In the deepest parts of the Hive's lunar fortress, lost in its catacombs with the darkness closing in all around her, she clutched at something that she had kept close all this time, a relic of the Great Hunt against the Ahamkara, a shard of dragon bone. Even the remains of the Wish Dragons are potent enough to grant the desires of those that wield them, and in this moment, Eris's desire was great. She had lost her sight, lost her light, and lost her ghost. She wished for deliverance, and perhaps for revenge. And then black tears of terrible darkness began to drip from her eyes. She had already been robbed of her sight, but now at least it seemed as though she knew the way. She would steal the eyes of an acolyte, and for 100 years she persisted in the Hellmouth, until the fateful day when one day she might find a chance to crawl out and be the arm of vengeance returned at last. That would not be for some time. The city had suffered greatly at the hands of its foes. There was trouble brewing within its own walls as well. Back at the Battle of the Six Fronts, Osiris's appointment to the Consensus was one of the earlier causes for a great degree of turmoil. The Concordat initially had frustrations with the Great Warlock. Osiris was often too consumed with his own work to attend Vanguard meetings, and the Concordat had more strange, specific complaints. Whether they were true or slander isn't known to this day. Osiris was consumed by his study of the Vex, and he believed that they were the greatest existential threat to humanity in the Lost City. The Speaker saw them as little more than a distraction keeping Osiris from his duties. And worse still, the two of them vehemently disagreed on many issues. Osiris often challenged the speaker's authority, something the speaker could not easily abide. The Consensus and the Lost City have always been a political place as well as a place of refuge, and in such a setting, a man like Osiris would gain a reputation beyond the reality of who he was. His controversial words and beliefs would be described by some as heretical, but others would see them as prophetic. Ultimately, this created a division of sorts within the city, and some would disregard his words entirely, whilst others believed that he spoke hidden truths in defiance of the speaker. A cult of personality was starting to form, with some openly proclaiming themselves to be Osiris's followers, much to Osiris's frustration. He knew he was no prophet. He saw himself as one simply trying to convey knowledge of the coming future. The people were twisting his words through reckless abandon and the desire to create sensationalism out of fact. And so he resolved to cut through the perspectives with knowledge. He resolved to write his findings down and collate them in the book, much against the warnings of his pupil, Ikora Rey, another powerful warlock. Osiris believed that he would add objectivity to the situation by doing this, but in reality, the release of these findings that he had made only became far worse. Osirian cultists began to distribute his findings en masse, calling them parables and prophecies. The speaker saw this and believed that it was a brewing insurrection, or at least a disagreement amongst the people of the Lost City that might boil over. He spoke to Saint 14, and despite Saint's urgings, he demanded that all copies of Osiris's writings should be burned. But this was only the beginning. Osiris still believed that the speaker wasn't listening to his warnings. He was correct, but his irritation with Osiris had gone even further at this point, and it had prevented him from listening to even Ikora, who was standing in for Osiris at consensus meetings. This inaction, as Osiris saw it, had even gone so far as to weaken the city. Osiris claimed that in particular, the defenses of the Lost City were weak around an area known as Twilight Gap, a prescient prediction, though none would know it until much later. The speaker reached his breaking point as the divisions between those that followed Osiris and those that rejected him were growing to a boiling point. In a full session of the Consensus, the speaker moved to exile the warlock Osiris. The motion was presented in all its grandeur with a great speech by the speaker, and just as Osiris was about to be exiled, he arrived and declared that he would leave the Lost City regardless, imposing himself in a time of exile. Ikora Rey from that day onward would hold his position as the warlock vanguard. Followed by his ghost Sagira, Osiris would head to Mercury to understand the Vex better and to prepare to face them should the need arise. A gaggle of cultist followers would leave the city too, heading out into the wilds to make their homes beyond the speaker's influence. Some of them even followed Osiris to Mercury and set up a camp within the Caloris spires. Losing a few cultists is one thing, but Osiris's exile left tangible scars on the fabric of the city beyond even just a few people leaving. It was the first time that an internal force had split the city since the time of the faction wars. It was the first time it had truly been a single man. It was the first time it had been a guardian that had caused it. Whilst this hadn't spilled over into real conflict, it had split some of the guardians from the speaker's authority. Osiris's influence had started to inspire guardians to act independently of the authority of the vanguard. This weakened the city, as some of the legends that we had known for so long as great defenders instead headed out into the wilds and never returned. Most notable of those would be those who followed on from Osiris's words that the Vex were indeed the most dangerous threat to the Lost City and humanity. Of them, the most infamous were the Hunter Pahanin, the Warlock Pradith, and the Titan known as Kabir the Legionless. These three would head to Venus, to the most infamous fortress of the Vex that had been around in Sol for billions of years.
The Vault of
They attempted
Glass.
to infiltrate and destroy the Vault of Glass. So it was that they entered, but only one came out. The hunter, Pahanin, witnessed the power of the Vex and was forced to flee against it, being haunted by it for the rest of his days. The warlock Pradith of the future war cult was lost within the deepest reaches of the vault and was imprisoned there seemingly for all eternity. The Titan Kabir was beaten back by the Templar and then drank of Vex Radiolaria, thus enabling himself to be consumed by the Vex completely and to become one with them. Before he died, he did at least manage to drain what light of his remained into a shield, a paracausal force known as the Aegis that would break the unbreakable and let the light into the vault. Thus, some of humanity's greatest heroes would fall. Long ago, such individual legends being lost might have been born by the lost city, but now they were occurring just as humanity was about to face its greatest test yet. Out in the system, scouts amongst the hunters had noticed significant fallen troop movement for some time. This was no coincidence. Long had the houses waited and watched the traveler with envy. They had always plotted the downfall of the city, but doing so was no small feat. After the failure of the House of Devils at the Battle of the Six Fronts, it was clear that the lost city could not be taken easily. Not a single fallen house would be able to assail the Guardians in their own home. But what about a united force? If there was not one house but many houses attacking, then there was a far greater chance of victory. And so it was that the four greatest houses of the Elixni coordinated together. The Kells of the Houses of Devils, Kings, Winter, and Wolves would marshal their forces and send them to Earth. Together they would unite in the greatest host of Elixni that the galaxy had ever seen, ready to defeat the Guardians, break their walls, and reclaim the great machine at last. The exact number of fallen assembled in this battle is not made clear, but based on what little we know about the troop strength of the force being brought by the House of Wolves, it is easy to speculate that there must have been over 1 million fallen in this army.
Jesus!
Such a tidal wave of a force would have eradicated the lost city for good were it not for the actions of two staunch heroes who stood strong in their roles, one as a sovereign and the other as a guardian. The houses began to make their moves. The House of Devils, Kings, and Winter would be able to mobilize their forces more quickly and assembled on Earth with some haste. But the House of Wolves was not in the inner system. They were in the Jovian moons, and they would need to pass through the asteroid belt with their many catches in order to reach Earth. It was in this moment that their Kell made a fatal error. He stopped their catches at the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt known as Ceres. What he didn't know was that this was firmly in the middle of the territory of the Awoken of the Reef. Mara Sov, the Awoken Queen, was presented with a choice in this moment. She could allow the wolves to pass through, thus allowing them to trample on Awoken sovereignty and let the last city burn, or she could intervene at this interruption and invasion, and she could put Awoken lives at risk in doing so. Mara had to choose to hide or to go to war, and Mara would choose war. Her devastating first strike on the House of Wolves made use of a tremendously powerful gravitational weapon, an ancient set of beings known as the Harbingers. The Harbingers were so powerful that they destroyed the asteroid of Ceres and left 500,000 dead from the House of Wolves in this first opening engagement.
Jeez.
It is known as the Scatter, and it did exactly that. The Wolf Kell was amongst that number of dead, and in this sudden action, Mara had allowed herself to be embroiled in a conflict of her own, a conflict with the House of Wolves that would be known as the Reef Wars. Eventually, the House of Wolves would regroup under a powerful leader known as Skolas the Rabbit, but they were unable to continue onward to Earth until they had dealt with the Awoken threat. With that in mind, the Awoken had bought all the time that the city would need. But as we'll soon learn, even that almost wasn't enough. Mara Sov would continuously fight the House of Wolves to a standstill, up until the point at which one broke ranks with the Wolves. A scribe known as Varex the Loyal of House Judgment. He saw that Mara Sov was a leader that might at least be able to ignite the Elixni's fires for loyalty and unite them under one banner. He gave her critical information that led to the defeat and capture of Skolas. Skolas would have called Varix a traitor, no doubt, but given that he'd already removed 2 of Varix's arms, I feel as though Varix might not necessarily have cared. The remaining wolves either bent the knee to Mara, or were imprisoned alongside their Kell in Varix's new jail, a facility that would one day come to be known as the Prison of Elders. With her victory here, Mara Sov had denied one of the fallen houses from an ability to attack Earth and potentially reclaim the Great Machine, but she had also denied the greatest possible reinforcements in the system for the houses of Kings, Winter, and Devils. Now there were only 3 houses instead of 4, but regardless, this was still the largest Elixni army that had ever been marshaled. Quickly, the last city's defense had to be organized. Lord Saladin Forge was in command with his protégés, Commander Zavala, and Lord Shax at his side. As the last of the Iron Lords, aside from Lady Ephrodite, who had fled long ago, Saladin was well prepared for a siege, and he had great degrees of experience. But so did Lord Shax, and Shax also had an uncanny ability to see when a battle could be turned, something which would happen in the greatest and most heated moment of the battle that would ensue. In the end, the actions of a single fire team, Shax's fire team, would determine victory or defeat that day, and that fire team was present at the weakened part of the city's defenses that Osiris had pointed out to the speaker himself, at Twilight Gap. Here, Lord Shax was forced to hold the line, which he quickly saw was starting to buckle and break. Saladin also noted this, and believed that this would be where the tide broke through. If they broke through, it would be the end of humanity. The forces of the Elixni would overwhelm the city, and none would survive. Lord Saladin made the awful choice of sounding a general retreat to the city's Ridgeback district, believing that that might be the only place they could hold back the fallen. But Lord Shax knew that with such a move, doom would be guaranteed for the last city, and so he disobeyed Lord Saladin. Alongside his fire team, Shax held the line, dying over and over, back to back, until eventually reinforcements could arrive. Legends were born that day, not least amongst them Anna Bray. The same Anna Bray who had designed Rasputin in the Golden Age. She had been risen by the light of the Traveler, and had seen her name tag and badge on her person from the moment she was risen. She would remember her name, and so would many others, thanks to her actions in the battle that day. Wherever her golden gun shot, a whisper of the Traveler's light would be left. These remnants of her light would still be present to this day. It was also in this battle that she faked her own death so that she might explore more of the legacies of her own family's past without the interference of the last city. The battle was fierce, but eventually the Guardians with their rallied forces would push the Elixni back, and the counterattack was decisive enough to help break the Fallen's charge for good. Lord Shax and his fire team had saved the last city. The losses from the battle were staggering. A whole generation of Guardians was devastated, in more ways than can be imagined. The Battle of the Twilight Gap would change the last city forever. It marked a point of remembrance and a turning point in our story. The Guardians had held their own in an age of great uncertainty, but now the true danger of their foes was also made more clear than ever. Some chose to look on Twilight Gap with remembrance. Basil Crux and Victor Lomar, 2 of the city's great industrialists and the creators of the Crux-Lomar Foundry, would use this opportunity to design a new weapon of war in commemoration of the battle, the Yallarhorn, forged from the armor.
Wait, is that how you pronounce it? Yallarhorn? I thought it was the Gallarhorn.
And light of Guardians that had fallen that day. It was said to ring out with the power of the fallen, giving voice to their strife once more with the howl of wolves. Others looked upon Twilight Gap's events and saw the city's place as being ascendant. Never again would the Elixni assemble a force of this size, and never again would they invade the city with the lofty dream of reclaiming the Traveler.
I guess they
They
thought
would be a
two
broken
failures
people
was enough.
completely from this point onward. Others saw that the battle had left the city weak, and endeavored to protect it against even those recovering foes that were on their way. None would make a greater mark in this regard than Saint 14.
Oh,
With the
boy.
blessing of the speaker, and with a certain fury in his heart, Saint 14 viciously hunted the Elixir across the system, becoming a legendary monster in their eyes. He hunted down the leaders and Kells who had fought at Twilight Gap, killing as many as he could get his hands on. These would be known as the Crusades of Saint 14, and they would come to a close when he went to battle the Kell of the House of Devils. At the time, the Devils were led by Sulkis, whose might was so great that he managed to grab the Titan and hoisted him clean from his feet, choking the life from him. In a famously Titan move, Saint 14 summoned all the power he could, ready for one last strike in melee. There was just enough space to land the blow. But it wasn't a punch. Winding back his neck, Saint 14 headbutted Sulkis, the Kell of the House of Devils, so hard that this single strike was enough to cave in the Kell's skull, killing him instantly. Saint 14's helmet still has a dent from this fabled incident,
Yeah.
but can be seen even to this day. He was ready to return to the Last City, but then the speaker contacted him with new information. Osiris had been seen on Mercury. The Titan changed course and went to search for his friend, his lover. He would find his way to the Infinite Forest, the Vex simulation engine that Osiris had begun to enter and study. Into the deepest recesses of the Infinite Forest, Saint 14 would disappear. His seat on the Vanguard would be left empty for a time, for he did not return. Soon it was filled by Commander Zavala, and it was assumed that Saint 14 had been lost. Legends had begun to disappear. At this point the city was still weakening. A rot was setting in, and it was in this moment that, smelling the blood of the city, the Concordat would rise and make things so much worse.
Not
The
at all. I
exact
kind of
reason
missed
behind
it too.
their rebellion isn't well known. Much of their history has been scrubbed from the Last City's records. What we do know is that they rose to overthrow the Speaker and the Consensus. Their betrayal would lead to the ascension of a faction that replaced them, the future War Cult. Their revolution was short-lived, and they were finally defeated in one of the Last City's towers by the Guardians and forces of New Monarchy. The Concordat and its leader, Lysander, would retreat into the wild, where they have remained ever since. Even to this day, when the Witness's forces crowd all around us, we still know Lysander is out there, somewhere. With so much calamity and so much conflict, Lord Shaxx felt it necessary to act. He put a proposal to the Consensus. Guardians had always sparred against each other. As immortal beings with incredible might, they were able to resurrect after their deaths. Dying was not necessarily a problem for a Guardian unless their ghost was also killed. And so, there became a culture. Guardians would fight against each other and learn from their mistakes.
And so the Crucible was born.
Combats were sometimes collectively referred to as the Crucible, and these moments of fighting and infighting were often used to settle disagreements in a martial manner. Some Guardians, such as Ikora Rey, were notorious combatants in this regard. It was Lord Shaxx who proposed a formalization of the Crucible under his watchful eye. He would organize matches to pit Guardian against Guardian, thus allowing their existing ranks to train in an environment where their deaths were not punished permanently. The Consensus would agree to allowing the Crucible to be conducted, and Crucible matches would become a part of the Last City's culture, with Guardians of all stripes gaining fame and fortune for their performance in the arenas of Lord Shaxx. The citizens of the Last City would watch the televised conflicts, or would show up if some of those arenas were able to be viewed in person. Factions and weapon foundries would sponsor Guardians who were willing to bear their colors or insignias into battle, Betting on Crucible matches became a relatively common pastime, and fans would develop loyalties or attachments to individuals or teams that performed well within Shaxx's Crucible.
And suddenly your favorite sports betting app had a new category. And football was dethroned as the #1 watched sport.
With the Crucible being truly formalized, now what had merely been sparring sessions could be turned into a true training avenue. A new generation of Guardians were being put to the test and were being readied for war. But there was still some time before these Guardians would be ready, and the old guard would suffer some terrible fates before their replacements could come in to take the reins. The most notable of these was Andal Brask. He had volunteered to become the Hunter Vanguard after losing a bet with his close friend Cade Six. Cade had killed a terrible fallen mercenary called Tannix the Scarred, and had bet with his friend Andal that he'd do it first. Andal lost that bet, and that's why he had the desk job, the Hunter Vanguard position, the one job no hunter truly wants. The only problem was that Tannix was more machine than monster, and wasn't so easily killed. He would swiftly return to the fold time and time again, until he got lucky one day and ended the life of Andal Brask and his ghost. Cade realized his error, and realized that it was his overconfidence that had effectively gotten his friend killed. In a moment of reverent self-sacrifice and a dedication of duty, Cade took up Andal's cloak. To know the significance of this moment, you need to understand the significant part of hunter culture that their cloaks represent. They are full of meaning and stories. They are a representation of you as a person. When a hunter cuts apart his lesser's cloaks and adds it to their own, it is a proclamation of dominance. When a hunter's cloak is emblazoned with the insignia of their posse or faction, they are proclaiming undying loyalty. And when a hunter takes up the cloak of his fallen comrade, it is a vow. And Cade vowed to honor the memory and sacrifice of his fallen friend. And so not only did he take Andal's cloak, but he also volunteered to be the next Hunter Vanguard. As time in the City Age dragged on, things slowly began to fall into decay. When the city's walls were constructed and finished, there were 8 towers that perched along its circumference, each manned by Guardians, Frames, FOTC Force members, and members of the Stoneborn Titan Order. It was bristling with guns. It was well defended. But as the City Age started to come to a close, all but one of these towers had fallen into disrepair and had been abandoned. The enemies of the city were beginning to close in. The time of the great City Age heroes had seemingly come to an end. An old and familiar kind of darkness began to creep in from the edges of the system. Known at the time only to a select few, including a single Cloudstrider known as Rohan, who had found a backdoor into the Black Garden, a terrible kernel of darkness had been planted. A false copy of the Veil had been created, a copy that had been nurtured by the Vex of the Black Garden, and had been nothing but a source of poison for the Traveler. With this new darkness rising, and no one knowing of it, the Traveler's light began to dim. A warrior of great strength and resolve would be needed to deliver humanity from the approaching perils of this treacherous time, and their prayers were answered. One day, a ghost continued its search for its guardian, trekking across the wastelands of the old Cosmodrome at Baikonur, the wastes that were now referred to as Old Russia. Here, amongst the rusting cars and unassuming bones of the collapse, on a small hill just before the old Cosmodrome's walls, they found something. They found hope. They found you. And with you, the whole world would be changed forever.
That was good. That was really good. Intermission. Yeah, let's go ahead and use this. We will be back. We won't do the full intermission, but yeah, I'm gonna get up and stretch because we've been going almost 3 hours. right. Alright, Dad. Alright, who's still awake? Sound off. Who's still awake? But yeah, Obi, like, I kind of miss the Infinite Force as well. Like, some of the old strikes I miss. Like, I wish the Zol strike was still in the game. I wish both of the Infinite Force strikes were still in the game. Honestly, like, one of the only strikes I don't miss is Savathun's song. I do not miss that one. But I really do, that was the one on, yeah, that was the one on Titan within the Pacific Arcology. I hope we eventually come to a time where they put all this stuff back. I really hope that winds up being the case. Because I'd love to play through the Red War again. I would love to do that. Although I believe now, that strike would be a fucking pushover. I really think that strike would be a pushover now. This is also one of my favorite tracks from OG Destiny 2. It's called Journey. I love this song. Excuse me. Come here. All right, 5 seconds.
Our journey began, as journeys do for Guardians, in darkness, until light. Not some great and glorious thing filled with triumph and fanfare, but a slow and steady thing, like the rousing of a great hero after a long and well-earned slumber. We awoke to the sights of old Russia and the voice of our ghost, and we realized that we knew nothing of our past. When one of the worthy dead is chosen by a ghost and risen as a guardian of the light, they remember nothing of their past lives. Some might get lucky, and they might have an object from their person that identifies who they were. It could be as simple as a name badge. It could be something as extensive as a journal for those who are lucky enough. But most of the time, Guardians are risen with no idea of who they were, and no connection to their past lives. So it was for us. We would have no conception of who we were and what we had done, or why we were in old Russia. But it didn't matter. The Cosmodrome at Baikonur was a dangerous hunting ground, and immediately we were being pursued by a squadron of fallen raiders. Our ghost would search through the wreckage and ruins until they found what they were looking for. Us. But they were now not the only ones taking the risk. We needed to escape, and so narrowly evading the fallen House of Devils, we found our way into the wall and found an old jump ship. It had not been operated in hundreds of years perhaps. It was rusty and in need of repair, but it would be enough to get us to the place we needed to go. It would take us to the place we would one day call home, the last city. From atop the wall, we took our first steps into the tower, and we saw that we were surrounded by a company of many heroes. Maybe it was here that we quietly made a choice to do good and to fight for these people. People we didn't know yet, people we had only just realized existed in this strange world on the brink of collapse again. If we made this decision in this moment, that was perhaps our first true unspoken act of heroism, but it would not be our last. After speaking with the Vanguard and listening to the speaker, we knew our purpose. As a guardian of the light, we were bound to defend our home and our people, lest all of Sol should fall into ruin. The speaker warned us of an imminent threat, that the darkness was coming back, and that we would not survive it this time. We would need to push back the darkness, alongside with guardians on Earth and beyond. We would not know the face of this evil for some time, and the speaker would die before he learned the truth. But we would ride out to face this evil nonetheless. And so we went forth. We first returned to the Cosmodrome, where we acquired a jump drive for our ship from a fallen Archon who had initially pursued us alongside the scouting team that found us. His name was Rixis, and with his defeat, the House of Devils had suffered its first major blow at our hands. We would also go on to defeat the High Servitor of the House of Devils, Sepix Prime. Across the Cosmodrome, we first encountered the Hive and their wizards who came from the moon. But it was our discovery of Rasputin's remaining systems that would be most valuable. Through both fallen meddling and the reactivation of an ancient communications array that we had discovered in a portion of the old Warmind bunker system within Old Russia, the portion of Rasputin would be sent out to the rest of the system, a portion that one day would be reunited with the whole. The Hive's presence was worth investigating further, and so we followed their trail to the place that Guardians had long feared, to Luna. Touching down on the surface of the moon, we were able to follow the signal of a Guardian who had ventured here. We followed their trail until we discovered a massive pair of doors and a looming Hive structure. Before these doors, the Guardian was found, and they were dead. Not even the light remained. Before the doors of this temple to Oryx's son Crota, we saw what was left of them, and briefly turned around. There we saw our first glimpse of a stranger off in the distance watching us from beyond. But we had but moments to observe this. The door in front of us began to unseal. Inside, the Hive would face us, and we would discover the Guardian's ghost. This would also be the point at which we discovered the extent of the Hive's presence on the moon. For centuries they had been building up their forces and had been waiting to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. We delved deeper into the Hive's secrets, stealing from the world's grave the archive of the Hive, and defeating the abominations that they raised in their summoning pits. We shattered the remnants of Crota's sword to the darkest edge, and defeated a warden of Oryx's shrine on the moon. The deepest parts of this infestation were remarkable, but the true malice of the Hive was unknown to us until the speaker contacted us out of the blue. He stated that the Hive were engaged in a ritual to drain the Traveler of its light, and so we rushed back to the Temple of Crota, where we had first descended into the Hellmouth. In that moment we were contacted yet again by that mysterious stranger on the ridge. She sent us coordinates to a region of Venus known as the Ishtar Sink, which we would soon investigate. And she promised us that if we were to defeat the Hive, there were greater threats still to the system out there. We returned to our mission and descended into the Hive ritual chamber. There we discovered what the Hive were experimenting on, a shard of the Traveler itself. It was unclear how they were able to use this to manipulate the Traveler and to drain its light, but it did point to the idea that all shards of the Traveler are somehow linked to it. After successfully freeing the shard of the Traveler, we went on our mission to Venus, emboldened by our successes. We found ourselves cutting through the overgrown ruins of the Ishtar Academy. It was here that we first encountered another foe, the Vex. the time-traveling machines of unknown origin filled with millions of radiolaria. After defeating them, we met the Exo-Stranger at last. To cut a long
Pornobot
story
5000,
shorter
I mean
than was
Elsie
necessary,
Gray.
she informed us that the Traveler would not truly heal until we found the legendary Black Garden's heart and ripped it out. Our ghost prompted us that the information we needed could only be found with the Awoken. They were the only ones who knew about the location of the Black Garden. In possibly the most frustrating of turns, the Exo-Stranger had little more to say to us. After all, she had no time to even explain why she didn't have time to explain. But we at least had a heading, and as she disappeared into nothingness, we resolved to go to the Black Garden. But first we would need to pay the Awoken a visit, and so we went out to the territory of the reef and were quickly picked up by the Awoken patrols. In our initial somewhat frosty reception with Prince Aldrin and Queen Mara, we were told that if we recovered the Eye of a Vex Gate Lord, they would forge us a key into the Black Garden. Despite Aldrin's insistence that this was a fool's errand, we began our search and returned to Venus. Along with discovering a Golden Age Ishtar Collective lab and defeating the Kell of the Fallen House of Winter, we were able to pinpoint a location where we would find a Vex Gate Lord, a place called the Endless Steps. As we ventured there, we had to battle through many Vex frames to reach our target, Zydron. But even this powerful Vex Gate Lord, an Axis mind in control of all the local Vex, was not enough to stop us. We struck it down and took what remained of it to the Queen. Aldrin begrudgingly obliged and ripped out the relevant components from the Eye of the Vex Gate Lord. Unfortunately, the component was broken and would need to be charged in order to allow us ingress into the Black Garden. Aldrin gave us our less than functional prize, and at Mara's request informed us that an entrance to the Black Garden could be found near Meridian Bay on Mars. The Queen also demanded that we would one day return to repay her generosity. She had shown us mercy given that we had barged into her kingdom, and she would allow us to leave, assuming that we returned when the time was right. But that would have to wait until another day. The Martian sands were calling our name. Meridian Bay was a heavily contested zone when we arrived, filled with Cabal forces from the 5 scouting legions that had invaded Sol. Pushing through them, we first laid eyes on the gate to the Black Garden, in a place called the Valley of the Kings. Now all we needed to do was properly fix the Gate Lord's eye. As we explored Mars for a way to do this, we carved deep into Vex territory, shutting down many of their portals that allowed them to exit from the Black Garden in great numbers. We also had to contend with the Cabal forces there, and dealt many serious blows to them, including taking out 3 of their Scion Flayers, and even defeating the infamous Valus Ta'ark, who was stationed on the Cabal land tank of the Cerberus Vey 3. Alongside these great defeats, we also discovered something remarkable. We found Rasputin again, the same fragment of him that we had aided in the Cosmodrome. He was here as well within the Warmind systems of Meridian Bay. He was starting to regrow in terms of strength. Soon, perhaps, he would be ready to fight once more. Eventually, though, our ghost would discover our true objective, a means of charging the Gate Lord's eye. A massive Vex spire deep in Cabal territory would be our in. This particular firebase, where the spire was located, was controlled by elite Vex-clearing units of the Cabal Blind Legion, and their Primus didn't take kindly to his territory being invaded, but we managed to defeat him and successfully interfaced the Gate Lord's eye with the spire. All that remained was to return to the Valley of the Kings and enter the Black Garden itself. As we approached the gate, Vex poured forth and the gateway reacted to us. We defeated them and crossed over. We found ourselves in a strange place, a world of stone and brass and moss. Ancient Vex frames stood here, motionless, covered in the growth of the garden. These were the sole divisive, the Vex that lay within the Black Garden itself. They had seen the divinity planted here by the Witness not long ago, and had sought to bind themselves to it for their own survival. That divinity would be what we faced at the Black Garden's heart. Unbeknownst to us at the time, this roiling, formless mass of darkness was a copy of the Veil, a flawed copy that had begun to poison the traveler with its imperfection. As we stepped forth, we saw the Vex frames doing as they did within the presence of this unknown divinity. They had decided that the greatest means by which they could survive was worship, and so they had reverently decided to enact the behavior of worship, bowing eternally to this new, fetid thing. We saw the Vex frames leaving this state of worship and reacting to us, and in their adoration, some of them were empowered by darkness. 3 great Vex Axis minds known as the Soul Progeny were calcified into statues before this black heart, each of them representing the past, present or future. They would all come to life one at a time, empowered by the Black Garden's heart. But with its power attached to each of these Vex, the heart was weakened each time we struck one down. And when the last mind fell, the heart began to collapse in on itself, in a great torrent of cascading energy. As the light from this moment overwhelmed our senses and blinded our eyes, the heart was destroyed. The destruction of the heart of the Black Garden would send echoes out across the universe, and would set in motion everything that followed. The Traveler's light would begin to return, and slowly it would start to heal itself at last. As we returned to the city to celebrate our success, we were greeted one last time by the Exo-Stranger. She gave us her weapon and reminded us that there were more foes that we would soon need to confront. Her words and whispers would send us forth, and we would pursue the rumors of the dark power that the Vex had sought to unleash from the Black Garden. That trail would lead us to the most infamous Vault of Glass. The fire team that had tried to raid the vault before us was lost mostly to time. Little is known of the exact details of the assault of Pahanin, Praedith, and Kabir, but we do know that their ill-fated attempt to destroy the Hazen Lords was unsuccessful. What we found within the vault was the remains of Kabir, the Aegis, the last vestige of his light, and we would put it to great use, using it to break the unbreakable within the vault. To assault this great stronghold, though, we would need to face Vex with true control over time itself. The power of these Vex was ontological in nature. They would be able to cut the threads of the timelines themselves here within the vault, a unique power vested in this place alone. To put it simply, if you were removed from the timeline here, it would be as if you never existed at all. To fail was not simply to die, it was to never have been in the first place. We faced down their great constructs, including the Templar, the Gorgons, and the greatest of them all, Atheon, Time's Conflux. Defeating these Vex would undo their control of the vault, and leave it as an empty shell of what was. Our first great conquests were complete, but many more battles awaited us. The resurgence of the light had drawn the attention of others, of those that lay on the moon, of those with envious eyes and hungry, slathering jaws. Even as we had struck down the heart of the Black Garden and attained our first great victory, our actions on the moon had roused a slumbering giant. Crota, the son of Oryx, had seen the return of the light's power, and would begin to marshal his forces on the moon and on Earth. This would be the prelude to what would be an invasion well over a century in the making. All of the forces that we had discovered on the moon would soon be sent onward to invade Earth, and to destroy the last city. But a remnant of Crota's past persisted still, a remnant that would be the bane of him and all of his kin. For long ago, 6 of them went down into the pit, and now, ragged and scarred, but enlightened and determined, one would crawl out. Eris Morn, the last. she would quickly find a vessel and make her way back to the last city. But her return was not the happy reunion that some might have hoped for. Her time in the Hellmouth had left her changed, and having lost her sight long ago and having had to replace it with the eyes of an acolyte, she was seen as a terrible abomination, a thing of darkness. Her ghost briar was gone, her connection to the light was severed, and now she wept an eternal veil of shadows, like blood drifting through droplets of rain. The Speaker and Commander Zavala wanted to immediately exile her, but Eris had been a member of Ikora Ray's organization known as the Hidden, the great order of spies and scouts that Ikora used to keep tabs on the system at large. At her request, Eris Morn was allowed to remain. Eris immediately sought us out and told us of the coming invasion of Crota. To counter it, we headed to the Cosmodrome first. Crota's disciples were making their landings there, and so we needed to blunt the offensive before it could truly begin. We went to kill Sardon, the Fist of Crota, and to prevent Omnigul, Crota's will, from corrupting the systems of the Warmind Rasputin that were found within Old Russia. The Seraphim bunkers beneath the surface were held, and the Hive were not able to use the Warmind's weapons against us. Rebuking these assaults would leave Crota's immediate invasion plan halted. It broke the tip of his spear. Seizing on this momentum, we would return to the moon, and defeated the son of Oryx for the first time. We would discover Crota initially in the darkest ritual chamber of the Hellmouth, the Chamber of Night. But we would not face Crota as he had been in the Great Disaster. We would face a weakened fragment of his power. Long ago, a Hive Knight of Xivu Arath had clashed with another knight bearing tribute for Crota's father, Oryx, and, by extension, as part of that chain, Crota himself. Both knights died, and their tithes never reached their overlords. In the case of Crota, who would have tithed this knight's portion to Oryx, it meant that he believed he needed to retreat, to regain his power in this crystalline form, so that he could safely be manifested again when he was stronger. Trapped within this crystalline matrix, and unable to take true physical form without the intervention of his brood, Crota was vulnerable. And despite his still overwhelming power, we proved more than a match for him, and shattered his crystal, banishing him from this mortal plane. His initial assaults on the moon might have been stopped, but as one of the Ascendant Hive, as the son of Oryx no less, Crota was uniquely positioned to survive death. He would only truly die if he was destroyed within his own throne world. Thanks to the teachings of Toland the Shattered, Eris Morn knew this, and she asked us to assemble a team to do what she had tried many years ago, to do what the others had failed to end Crota once and for all, and to secure vengeance for Wei Ning, Eriana III, Saimotar, Omuragar, Veltalo, and Toland the Shattered. Once again, 6 of us went down into the pit. And this time, we would not crawl out. We would go deeper. We fell at the heart of the Hellmouth. We fell into the stills, where Eriana and Toland had once seen the light of Crota's Netherrealm for themselves. We battled through Crota's seemingly endless hordes to reach the keyhole, the gateway that led into the Netherrealm of the Son of Oryx. On the other side, we were greeted with a green flame sky beneath the Oversoul throne, and we would face Crota, the Son of Oryx, one last time. Though his might was remarkable and his strength was boundless, we fought the Hive God with strength that he himself would muster, with the logic of the sword, the immutable rule of the universe that the Hive had learned so long ago, that only the strong shall live, and that the weak will die. And what's more, we would triumph. We took Crota's own sword, the Darkest Edge, and plunged it into the Son of Oryx's heart. In his final desperate moments, as his cries rang out across the night, the sea of screams shivered. When Crota's cry was ended, silence. But something out in the night had heard him. Soon it would be upon us. But till that moment arrived, we would believe this to be our greatest victory. And the vengeance that would soon stalk us from across the stars would not arrive in the system for at least a few months more. And in this time there were other concerns for us to deal with. We were called back to the Black Garden to deal with a new Vex Axis mind called the Undying Mind. It was attempting to return the heart of the Black Garden to life. Needless to say, we could not stand for such a thing, and so we shut it down for good. But the echoes of this mysterious construct would still persist in the infinite weave of time that was the Black Garden. Just like the other soul-divisive Vex, these Vex would bide their time until an opportunity presented itself once more. And back in the system, there were other forces on the move. Strange happenings were occurring out in the asteroid belt, and soon the Queen would call on us for that favor we owed her.
So, House of Wolves? Yep, House of Wolves.
It is not a common thing for the Awoken of the Reef to seek out assistance. It is even rarer for them to seek it out from the likes of Guardians. And yet, Marasov had seen how we had dispatched with the son of Oryx. And so we had at least proven our competence in battle. And that competence was needed. Skolas, the Kell of the House of Wolves, whom Mara had defeated in the Reef Wars, had broken out of the Prison of Elders. The exact details of this breakout aren't known, but it appears to be with the assistance of the Nine. Why they did this is something of a mystery, but what we do know is that they gifted Skolas with a Ketch, one of the great fallen warships. With this, he had an opportunity to call his forces back to his side. Many Corsairs of the Awoken would die in the ensuing chaos, and a few infamous fallen wolves that would come to be known as the Queenbreakers even attempted an assassination on Marasov herself. Corsairs died in her defense there, and her fury was palpable. As the traitors turned tail and fled, Mara tasked us and her recently appointed Queen's Wrath, Petravenge, with hunting down Skolas and all the treacherous wolves. We would also be assisted by Varix the Loyal, the same scribe of House Judgment who had originally betrayed Skolas. We quickly discovered that his fallen wolves were converging on the Simic Fell, the Ketch on Venus that had once housed the leadership of the House of Winter, namely the Winter's Kell, Draxis. We briefly interrupted Skolas, making a proclamation before the crew of this Ketch. Varix translated this, and as it turned out, Skolas was proclaiming himself to be an Elixni legend, the so-called Kell of Kells, who would unite all the Elixni houses, have all servitors and Ketches bent to him, and even receive the blessing of the Traveler itself. Before we could defeat Skolas and put an end to such delusions of grandeur, he escaped, and had succeeded in rallying what remained of the House of Winter. Our first mission was a failure, but we didn't let that stop us. Quickly we managed to pick up his trail again, and we would head to Earth in order to cut Skolas off. He was heading there to try and integrate the forces of the House of Devils and House of Kings into his growing armies, using either force or diplomacy, but our arrival in both cases scuppered all of Skolas' plans before they could even bear fruit. With pressure being put upon the Wolf Kell, and with no other houses to turn to in the system of significant enough power, Skolas looked for other means of conquering his foe, and his madness could be seen here. He desperately sought out an advantage from the Vex. He made a small raid into the now weakened Vault of Glass, and successfully tapped into some of the Vex technology there. A testament to his madness and the skill of his splicers, who even deployed a few weakened oracles to try and wipe us from existence. With the danger Skolas presented rising, it was becoming incredibly important for us to capture him with all haste. His forces were raiding more Vex installations, including the ominous Citadel on Venus, the massive Vex spire that pierced towards the sky. They were hoping to use its technology for their advantage. Unfortunately for Skolas, his movement to the top of the Citadel had left him cornered. We ascended to the top of the spire, at the very height of the Citadel, and there we battled with the Kell of Wolves. Even as he used Vex technology to pull his house through time, Skolas was outmatched and fell before us. He was captured by Marasov and Petrovenge, and he was promptly returned to the Prison of Elders. The Wolfkel would stand trial, but not before being interrogated by Varix and Mara. Skolas told them in a moment of fear that despite the malice they had dealt to him, there was an even greater force headed this way, a dark and looming shadow that would crush all with its presence. Later, Mara would prophetically dream of this foe. She saw what was to come, and knew that it could spell her doom and the doom of the whole system. Many envoys went back and forth from the reef in those days. In particular, Eris Morn, Osiris, and Marasov would all meet, convening to discuss the threat that they would soon encounter. But more than simply this, the three would discuss the nature of the ultimate enemy that they would need to confront, lest they should witness its wrath for themselves. And thus, a plan of loose cooperation was devised between the three of them, and a plan to address Oryx was formed. It would be a plan of many steps and phases, one that would evolve and shape its foundations over time, but it would first be set into motion months later by Marasov's choices over the rings of Saturn, and its consequences would echo across the Ascendant realms forever. But before such plans could be enacted, there was one last complication to deal with. Skolas was still alive. Given what approached on the horizon, the reef could ill afford a second breakout. And so, in the ways of old of the Elixni, the Wolfkel was sentenced to trial by combat. We would be his chosen executioners, and so we entered the Prison of Elders and fought the hordes of Skolas' minions who had been imprisoned there. The Wolfkel was fierce, and did everything in his power to destroy us. But we had already destroyed gods in our short time as Guardians. Even with his many tricks, and his minions being flung at us left, right, and center, this pretender prophet, this so-called Kell of Kells, was nothing more than a charlatan. He was no match for our light. Skolas the Rabbit would be vanquished. The Wolfkel was no more. For a short time, things seemed calm across the system, and we reinforced, preparing for our next battle. Little did we know that what we would soon be engulfed in was no battle, but a war. A war against one of the greatest champions of the darkness that the system had known since the collapse. For only recently we had slain Crota, and his death rattle had echoed out across the night. And now, the night would answer. It started with a presence, a movement of unknown vessels that were quickly identified by the Awoken. Crota's father had heard his cries, and despite the teachings of the sword logic, Oryx would seek revenge for the death of his son. He had brought his armada, he had brought his brood. Worst of all, he had brought his dreadnought. It was the Awoken who would encounter him first. Marasov marshaled her fleets and the many ketches under her command. She met the king out in the edges of the system, and at the rings of Saturn, the two monarchs did battle. As the fleets engaged, the combat at first seemed even, until Mara unleashed her harbingers like she had done in the Reef Wars. These ancient anomalous creatures brought with them the same devastating force of gravity that they had before, and Oryx's fleet was crushed between the debris of Saturn's rings. The Harbingers slammed into Oryx's dreadnought, leaving the rest of the Hive fleet in disarray. But the dreadnought still stood, unblemished. Now it was Oryx's turn to unleash his own force. Using the dreadnought's mighty weapon, Oryx projected his own throne world into real space. Mara's fleet was crushed. She was taken, the Techians were taken, and as they attempted to flee into the dreaming city,
Was it ever confirmed
Oryx's
that Mara actually
corruption
became
spread
taken?
forth across the system and through the gap that they had tried to use to escape. Oryx's echoes would spread out across the system and found their way into many places of power. They took Hazen Vex within the Vault of Glass. They took powerful covens of witches on Earth. There were fleeting steps made by these echoes into the resurfaced Black Garden, and they even ventured into the Dreaming City, where through one of his echoes, Oryx would speak to Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. After a brief bargain of sorts, the Wish Dragon herself was taken as well. Thus, Oryx proclaimed his arrival in Sol. Thus ended the Battle of Saturn. Thus began the Taken War. We would first learn of it when we saw massive Cabal fleet movements from the Skyburner's base on Phobos. We went to investigate and discovered that this was not the Cabal forces marshalling. It was an evacuation. It didn't take long for us to discover the Taken for ourselves, and we barely escaped before being overrun. The Vanguard quickly convened to analyze the threat, and thanks to Eris, they too would learn of Oryx. Being one for decisive action, Cade had a plan, one which he immediately contacted us to enact. We went to one of Cade's old stashes in old Russia to recover ancient stealth drive technology stolen from Rasputin. Even here on Earth, the Taken were starting to make their appearances. It was here that we faced our first echo of the Taken King himself. After recovering the drive, we took it to Cade, who installed it on Eris Morn's ship. Eris wouldn't fly the vessel herself, that honor would be ours to undertake. But the vessel was ideal for this mission. With the stealth drive installed and with it still covered in Hive detritus, it stood the best chance of masking itself from Hive detection and getting us close enough to board Oryx's dreadnought, shut down his superweapon, and prepare a landing zone for Guardians to invade. Which is exactly what we did, though we discovered that the stealth drive and Eris's ship weren't exactly going to make a return journey. We also realized that we weren't the only invaders, as the Cabal Skyburners had crashed one of their vessels, the Dantalian Exodus 6, into the Dreadnought's hull as part of a general boarding action and response to Phobos. After we'd secured a landing zone, we had to go after Oryx, an idea that these Cabal had also had in mind. The Primus of the Skyburners was pushing deep into the Dreadnought with his forces. Oryx put a stop to his throne-breaking ambitions by taking him, and thus the Cabal forces were mostly shattered. It was also here that we discovered the way deeper into Oryx's Dreadnought, and also that it was blocked. It could only be accessed by certain Ascendant Hive. We were at a dead end, but Eris still had a plan. We didn't need to actually be an Ascendant Hive. We just had to pass as one. In order to accomplish this, we were going to have to go back to the place where we had defeated our first great Ascendant Hive. We would need to return to the places where we had killed Crota, both in his throne world and on the moon. First, we would need a shard of crystal that we had destroyed in the Chamber of Night. Upon reaching it, we had to fight off Bax, the Gravekeeper, a powerful ogre who was guarding this site. Given his failure to defend it, he was also taken when he was starting to lose his battle with us. Oryx clearly had other plans for him in mind. As we recovered this shard of crystal, Oryx unleashed his Taken in an ambush, attempting to stamp us out for good. He nearly succeeded, but thanks to our swift exit, we were unharmed. We also briefly raided one of Rasputin's bunkers to recover another copy of the stealth technology that Cade had used, this time from an actual underground part of Rasputin's network. This was all being done for the next part of our infiltration. Crota's throne world was heavily guarded now, and a death ceremony was being hosted to send Crota's soul onto the next realm. From there, we would need to infiltrate the ceremony and steal some of Crota's essence, indwelling it within the crystal. Oryx's two daughters were present. Oranuk and Urhalak were praying at the side of their brother's tomb, and when we started to steal the brother's essence, the two reacted violently. The transgression of our light here was quite the insult. We would have been snuffed out, but thankfully Eris Morn was able to help us escape, using some of the Hive's own magic to pull us out. We now had all we needed to confront Oryx, and so we returned to the Dreadnought and passed through into the sacred space where the altar of Oryx could be found. There, we would find the Taken Primus and Vax the Gravekeeper once again. They would be our final test before we faced Oryx himself. Before Oryx's altar, we found the Taken King, and in this place of darkness, we would fight and match our light to his shadow. It would have been a hard-fought battle, but regardless of Oryx's millennia of conquest, our light was stronger. In the moment of his defeat, he channeled his power and took himself, cheating his death and allowing him to pass back into the deepest parts of his throne world. All that remained of the Taken King was his sword, Willbreaker. From this sword, Eris took a shard and gave it to us. It would take time and guidance from Lord Shax, as well as a large amount of a purified Hadium alloy from the Dreadnought, but eventually the shard of Willbreaker was purified and would be infused with our light, allowing us to wield our own mighty blade. In the final moments of its creation, we would need to destroy Ekthar, the Blade of Oryx. This symbolic conquest reforged Oryx's old blade from a thing of darkness into a thing of light. Armed with this new tool, we would prepare to conquer the rest of the Dreadnought. We defeated a potential successor to Oryx, a dark blade known as Alak-Hul, in the Hanging Crypts. We prevented the Agonarch Coven from raising a great Taken abomination and unleashing it upon the system. We prevented a pair of Bond brothers from destroying the Dreadnought's core and half the system along with it. And we set our sights on Oryx's court. In this place we would destroy many of his ascendants, preventing them from tithing their strength to their king, weakening him further. Because make no mistake, Oryx was still alive. In his throne world he lived on, and was more powerful still there than he had been in the physical world. Before we entered that throne world, we would need to crush the Taken remnants out in the system. The Taken War was not yet won. We had to dislodge covens of Taken gathering on Earth before they could root deep within our home. We returned to the Vault of Glass, where the Taken infestation had forced the Vex into an unusual position. They had to return Praedith to our timeline momentarily, so that he might guide us in and defeat the Taken infestation. On Mars, the Taken were at risk of overrunning the now surfaced Black Garden, which had momentarily been dimensionally locked to Mars's surface, after our destruction of the Black Garden's heart. Finally, we returned to the first place where we encountered the Taken, and on Phobos we fought them there as well. They were strongest here, but we carved away the infection before it could truly threaten Sol any further. With his minions scattered, and his armies in chaos, Oryx was left weakened. All we had left to do was to dethrone the king himself. We assembled a fire team and struck out into the heart of the Dreadnought. Oryx was our target, but by passing into the Dreadnought's heart, we would also need to face Oryx's remaining retainers. The king's war priest was engaged in ritual combat, and by killing this millennia-old destroyer, we were able to gain further ingress. But we took an unexpected forward path. Venturing through a portal summoned after the war priest's defeat, we found ourselves in Golgoroth's cellar, where Oryx kept drafts of slowly corrupting light for consumption, like fine vintages or artworks painted in suffering. Here we found and defeated Golgoroth, an ogre corrupted with the power of the Hive and the Worm Gods, an ogre who had been created to tithe violence to Oryx, to corrupt the light within the cellar, and to contain one of the tablets of ruin within its flesh. After defeating this monster, we would progress further, and eventually we ascended to the final overlook. Here we slew Oryx's 2 daughters, the Death Singers Ur-Halak and Ur-Anuk. There was no alternative for the Taken King but to face us. He would destroy us by the right of the sword, or he would die trying. His power was all but certain here. Titanic in form, Oryx attempted to crush us with all the might at his disposal. But by using the corrupted light and detonating it, we were able to burn away Oryx's darkness and send the Taken King screaming back into the void. As his final scream rang out across the stars, yet again, just as had been the case with his son, a terrible silence fell over the Ascendant Plane. It fell over the whole Dreadnought, the whole of the system. And this time, nothing would answer. All of creation could breathe a sigh of relief, for we had defeated Oryx the Taken King. Unknowingly, we had set further events in motion with this. We had sent signals to the rest of the Hive Pantheon and the rest of the Hive swarms. The king was now dead. The light had triumphed. Oryx's sisters and the great subjugator, Rolk, the first disciple of the Witness, would take notice of our actions, though we would not see their plans unfold for many years. With the death of the Taken King, we also had the chance to recover 3 strange artifacts: the Blade of Famine from the War Priest, the Shroud of Ur-Anuk from the Daughter of Oryx, and the Taken King's own ravenous heart. Alongside these, our investigations in the Dreadnought had allowed us to recover the calcified fragments. When the over 50 of them were fully assembled, these fragments gave us the knowledge of the first 5 books of sorrow, and led us on the path to the weapon that Oryx had conceived of long ago. With his ravenous heart, his daughter's shroud, and his war priest's blade, Eris Morn forged a weapon unlike any other. The remnants of Oryx's soul and purpose made manifest the touch of malice. With this powerful weapon in hand, Guardians had begun to feel somewhat unstoppable. There were more troubling events still unfolding. Having lost all their commanders, the remaining Cabal aboard the Dantalian Exodus 6 were sending out a distress signal. We rushed to the heart of the carrier's command deck to try and stop them, but it was already too late. The message had been sent out into deep space, and it was requesting reinforcements. The message receiver at the time being was unknown to us, but we did know that it had been sent to the ruler of the Cabal Empire. That ruler would be Dominus Gaul, the one who would arrive soon and change the system forever. But it would take a full year for him to marshal his forces and reach Sol, and before he did arrive, Guardians would have to face a new threat from an old enemy. The House of Devils were on the march, and this time they had discovered a weapon that would change the fates of the system forever.
What, Touch of Malice? I mean, Touch of Malice honestly ain't worth it. It's really not.
Approximately a year after the defeat of the Taken King, Lord Saladin summoned us to the Cosmodrome. In particular, to an old snow-covered mountain with an abandoned fortress at its summit. Little did we know that this would be some of the holiest and most storied ground Guardians could set foot upon. We strode out onto the mountain and for the first time entered Fellwinter Peak. The mountain was being raided by the House of Devils, and whilst Saladin was still trying to find out why, we were able to fend off the invaders. But we did discover something strange. It was Sepix Prime, the same servitor that we had destroyed 2 years ago. But this time it was different. It was changed, covered in a strange red and black mechanical growth, like a plague of machines, like infections, like tumors, and somehow, any damage we were doing to Sepix, it would regenerate. Upon reporting this to Saladin, he exclaimed with shock and demanded that we destroy the construct with all haste. Sepix escaped in the end, and as we secured the Iron Temple with Saladin, the Hunter Shiro IV, and the Cryptarch Tyra Khan, our next objective would be to pursue Sepix, who had retreated into a previously sealed-off section of the Cosmodrome. As we pursued the servitor, we saw the source of its infection. Siva, the nanite technology that Rasputin had used to kill the Iron Lords all those years ago. The House of Devils had found it, and their splicers had weaponized it, turning many of their soldiers into cyborgs. In the view of the Fallen, to become a machine is to become a god, and so with Siva, the Devil Splicers had discovered a source of divinity itself, a means by which apotheosis could be achieved. It also made them far deadlier than they already were. Pushing deeper into the Plaguelands, we discovered that the Devils had used Siva in all sorts of ways, not only modifying themselves, but also their forces, and any of the Cosmodrome's old defenses that were still inactive, which could be repaired using Siva. These guns were powerful enough to threaten the city, and so while they were active, incoming reinforcements could not be dispatched. We had to destroy them immediately. Whilst we succeeded in this task, it was starting to become clear that the Devils were a far deadlier threat than we had initially realized, and their grasp of Siva was starting to accelerate. Saladin would bring us back to the temple and would tell us of the Iron Lord's history with Siva. This exchange revealed to us that the House of Devils had control of Siva in a rudimentary sense. They did not fully have mastery over the nanites for the moment. With that in mind, we tracked down the original source of Siva thanks to the assistance of the Cryptarch Tyra Khan, and returned to the Golden Age labs of Clovis Bray in Freehold on Mars. After confirming that it was there on Mars that the Devils had learned how to control Siva, we would be able to discover a weakness in the mechanism used by the Devils to control the nanites. Returning to the Plaguelands, we had our objectives. Shiro had devised a means of temporarily halting the Devils' control over Siva and shutting down their defenses for a few minutes. After we had sabotaged their systems, we would descend beneath the main base of the Elixni. The Splicers had built up an area into a massive fortress, and Siva's destabilization had caused it to start detonating. Regardless of the danger, the Splicers were undeterred, and so we descended past the Archon's Forge deep into Site 6, where the Iron Lords had met their end. This was the Siva replication complex, and we had to destroy it for good this time. But in the deepest reaches of this place, there was a faint echo of light. Falling from the infestation, we saw what had become of the Iron Lords, as the infested and bloated remains of Felwinter, Gelion, and Yolda rose to fight against us. Their light was entangled with Siva nanites, which now returned to the purpose Rasputin had given them so long ago: replicate, eliminate, immunize. We battled with the remnants of the Iron Lords and destroyed the Siva nanites that infested them, freeing their light and finally laying them to rest. Before we left, we recovered Yolda's helmet and set Site 6 to self-destruct. It isn't known if all the Siva within the complex was truly destroyed. Inert Siva may still be lying around the Cosmodrome to this day, but for the moment, the Devils were unable to make more of their own nanites to control. They would only have the stocks that they had made thus far. We returned Yolda's helmet to Saladin, who felt a weight of so many years lifted from his shoulders. His friends had finally been set to rest. He proclaimed us to be the Young Wolf, the first of a new age of Iron Lords. and gifted us with a blade to represent our new title and station. We would go
That's
out
another
into the
weapon on
plague
this.
lands and start to rid them of the infestation of the splices. We destroyed the rejuvenated version of Sepix Prime and ended a splicer priest called Kovic before he could merge Siva with an entire brood of Hive. We reignited Radagast's original purpose by using Siva and the armor of the Iron Lords to create the tools of a better tomorrow. Namely, we used them to forge anew a more powerful iteration of the infamous Yalahorn. The hold of the House of Devils splicers was weakening, but Shiro 4 picked up something distressing. An intercepted transmission from the House of Devils indicated that there was a secondary complex where the Devils had been storing the Siva nanites that they had gathered. From within, the leader of the splicers was calling out to all other Fallen, encouraging them to gather in the so-called Perfection Complex, where they could be freed from their mortal bonds. With this message and the large build-up of the industrial base in the plague lands that the Elixni had been working so hard to create, it was clear that soon the Fallen would build up enough strength to threaten the lost city again. This was something the city was unlikely to survive. With the power of Siva, the Fallen had something they could potentially use to strike back at the lesser Guardians, and there were not enough legends within the tower to hold back an assault of this strength. So Shiro, seeing this plot unfold before him, ordered us to kill it in its crib. We engaged in a coordinated raid on the facility and a preemptive strike. We would take out the Splice's leadership before they could gather enough strength to actually threaten the city. We quickly infiltrated the facility and discovered the Splice's second in command, Vosik. His command over the Siva was powerful, but rogue Siva nanites had started to persist within the swarms, and the Guardians would weaponize these nanites, turning them on their masters, bringing Vosik down. We ascended through the old Russian wall next, and discovered a way to its summit. There we saw proof of the Fallen's intent and ambition, a powerful prototype siege engine, powered by nuclear components. Such a mighty device would have been powerful enough to break down the walls of the lost city, and so we had to see to its destruction. After overcharging it, we saw to its doom by sending it tumbling down off the incomplete section of the Cosmodrome's walls, where it crashed into the seas below. As we approached the Perfection Complex, the Siva infestation was getting stronger, but the ragged Fallen kit bashing had started to give way. Smooth, angular nanite construction now filled these halls. The seat of the power of these Fallen splicers was near. As we descended into the darkness of the Perfection Complex, we faced Axis, the Archon Prime. He had not just combined himself with the machines, he had ascended into one, leaving behind his biological self and truly achieving the Elixni's version of godhood. But this pretender was no match for the light of Guardians, and there was little that could be done to stop us, even with the command of the Siva itself. We brought down Axis, and after thoroughly scouting the Perfection Complex, we recovered another relic of Siva which could be reconstituted into a weapon that used the nanites as ammunition. We would call it Outbreak Prime, and whilst it was eventually contained by the Cryptarchy, for a brief time we used it to sow chaos amongst the ranks of the Splicers. With our victory over Axis and all other threats seemingly gone from the system, there was a brief period of peace. It was declared to be an age of triumph. It was declared to be a time for humanity to celebrate their guardians and the successes that they had accomplished. But beneath this age of triumph, signs of what was to come could be seen. It started with the Fallen. They had begun doing something unheard of. They had begun shredding their banners and fleeing into the deeper wilds. The state of existence within which the city had lived, known as the 100-Year Siege, would come to a brief end. There weren't enough Elixni assaulting the various walls for it to be considered a siege anymore. And the Cabal scout legions began marshalling for reinforcements that we should have been preparing for ourselves. Our age of triumph was short-lived, and would be brought crashing down by the arrival of a foe unlike any other. He understood our power, and he would seek to deprive us of it, so that we would be left defenseless. The Red Legion was coming. The call of the Dantalian Exodus 6 had been answered, and at the head of the invasion fleet stood the principal instigator of the Midnight Coup, ruler of the Cabal Empire, and the first ever Dominus. Soon, we would face Gaul, and he would not have mercy for our light.
We're about to hit the halfway mark.
There were some warning signs of Gaul's approach, but we were blind to them. And so the Red War began with a swift, all-out assault on the last city. The walls that had held back the fallen for 100 years were shattered in mere moments. The Cabal fleet left the tower in ruin and rained drop pods on our home from above. At the head of their fleet, a massive looming vessel began to unfold and made its way toward the Traveler, unfurling into a truly massive structure. We would not know its purpose at the time, but all too soon we would see that it would spell our doom. We returned to the tower from the wilds after coming back from a patrol, and saw the devastation firsthand. Our vaults were destroyed, our home was crippled, and in the opening moments of the war the Cabal had captured the Speaker. After pushing through the tower, we rendezvoused with the Vanguard and Amanda Holliday, who shepherded us up to the Cabal command carrier. We were able to disable it briefly, but as we fled to the top deck, we saw that we were too late. The vessel had attached to the side of the Traveler, and as we wondered at its purpose, we saw him, Dominus Gaul, the Ghost Primus of the Red Legion. He told us to behold our future, and the cage activated. We were cut off from our light. Our ghost fell to our side, motionless. Our powers were gone. Gaul proclaimed our weakness and our unworthiness before kicking us from his command ship. Our drained ghost fell with us down into the ruins of the last city that we had failed to protect. We fell into unconsciousness, and all seemed lost. But out of the darkness, a faint light flickered. We saw a vision of a silver hawk in flight. We saw visions of new weapons, of light, and new challenges that we might face. The vision ended with a view of a shard of the Traveler in a place we had never been to, a place we would know one day as the European Dead Zone.
No idea.
And then we awoke, lightless. We struggled to our feet. We were in the ruins of a city canal, and thus far we had been able to evade the Cabal. We found our ghost, and we had to choose the only option that was available to us. We could not face the Cabal in this state, and so we fled. For weeks we trekked across mountains and through valleys. We passed the bodies of our fallen comrades, and eventually we saw a familiar sight. A hawk, just like the ones from the visions. We followed it, through mountains and passes, until at last we collapsed from exhaustion. When we next awoke, a woman was bringing us to our feet. The hawk was hers. Her name was Soraya Hawthorne, and she lived out here in the wilds. She escorted us to a safe haven in the Dead Zone called the Farm, and there we reunited with another familiar face, Tyra Khan. She instructed us to follow our vision with caution, as the area around the Shard of the Traveler had been converted into a dark forest by the wayward light of the Shard. Following our only hope, we pushed through fallen marauders and held close to our ghost. As we reached the luminous Shard, our ghost felt the Traveler's presence once more, and was filled with light. In a cascading array of returning power, we felt our strength build once more. We were not empowered in the same way as we had been, but once again we were blessed with immortality, and we could wield the light as a weapon once more. Our newfound powers would represent a turning point in the Red War. We were the only Guardian in existence to have recovered our light, but we had to make the most of it. We were the last trick up the sleeve of all the Guardians in the lost city, and so we needed to get to work. After clearing up Hawthorne's communications, we picked up a transmission from Zavala, commanding all remaining Guardian forces to rally on Titan. When we ventured there, we found the remnants of the tower's military in disarray. The arcologies were infested with Hive, and we would have to secure the platforms before we could properly reunite with Zavala. After doing so, we would be able to take our first steps against the Cabal. The forces on Titan had intercepted a multitude of Red Legion transmissions. Using one of the Golden Age CPU cores from within the arcology, we would be able to decode those transmissions and discern the best way to strike back. It was also there that we discovered one of the deepest recesses in the lower decks of the arcology, just as we acquired the CPU core. We stopped and saw a giant looming shadow just outside of the observation deck. There was something magnificently large in Titan's oceans, a leviathan the likes of which we had never seen. This was technically the first time we had seen Asa, the proto-hive worm god that had escaped the Witness and Fundament. Though we didn't know it at the time, we were beholding one of the greatest signs of hope that we would ever lay our eyes upon. We didn't have time to marvel at her passing, though. We had to escape with the core. Unfortunately, the secrets it decoded left little good news. Along with the cage, the Red Legion had brought another massive construct with their fleet, a space station known as the Almighty. This station was capable of devouring planets, but it did so for an even more destructive purpose. Using its core weapon system, the Almighty could be used to cause a star to prematurely go supernova. Even if the Cabal lost, they could destroy all of Sol and wipe humanity from the face of existence. Even with this dire news, Zavala's resolve wasn't broken. He sought to reunite his fire team and to take back the lost city no matter the cost. So our next objective was clear. We had to go and find the other fireteam members of the Vanguard, which meant going after Cade 6. Fortuitously, with the CPU in hand, we were able to intercept various other signals from around the system, and one of them would be a signal from Cade's ghost Sundance. That signal drew us to a planetoid called Nessus. Here we discovered that Cade had been tangled in some Vex technology that he didn't completely understand. There was also a colony ship that had crashed here, the Exodus Black, one of the Exodus program vessels from so long ago. Its crew were all dead, save for the onboard AI, Failsafe. Thanks to Failsafe's assistance, we were able to save Cade, and we discovered that the technology he was attempting to lift from the Vex was a teleporter, short range but still capable of being used within the Lost City to get close enough to assassinate Dominus Gaul. That was Cade's plan, at least. But to execute it, we'd need to be able to truly reunite the Vanguard, and Cade would not be doing this alone. So we had to go and find Ikora. Cade told us that she almost certainly made her way out to Io, a sacred place for warlocks, as it was the last place the Traveler had touched before the collapse began. When we met Ikora, we also found the Red Legion, and we quickly discerned their purpose. At the cradle where the Traveler had set down, they were trying to drain the light from Io, light which bloomed from the planet's core in a latent fashion in the wake of the Traveler. The Red Legion were draining all of it. We had to prevent the Red Legion's sacrilege, and in the process we also discerned their plans. They weren't just draining the light so that they could prevent us from having it. They were trying to take the light for themselves. The taken population on Io also converged on the Red Legion's experiments. Amongst their number, observing the Cabal and the Guardians alike, were a few envoys of yet another dark figure in the background. Savathun, the Witch Queen, showed her hand for the first time on Io. Her forces marshaled and kept a watchful eye on us as we did what our work demanded, though we wouldn't know the Witch Queen's purpose until far later. Suffice to say, her observations of the Cabal and the Guardians fighting over light now make a lot more sense. Ikora was starting to formulate a plan, even though she had only been back with our fire team for a brief amount of time. We realized that in order to discover more about the Almighty, we would need to leverage one of the oldest assets in the system, a Warmind bunker that was still active on Io. We would be able to use its systems to scan the Almighty for a weakness. From here, we determined that we couldn't simply destroy the Almighty, as it would take the sun with it. Instead, we would need to board the station and sabotage its main weapon. With this knowledge in hand, we reunited the members of the Vanguard at the farm, back in the EDZ. The plan would be to engage the Red Legion in a two-pronged assault. The Vanguard would engage in the initial attack on the last city, and would focus on getting the Vex teleporter as close to Gaul as possible. When we had disabled the Almighty, we would rendezvous with them and use the teleporter to get close enough to Gaul to assassinate him ourselves. It was a risky plan, but it was our only realistic hope. But in order to board the Almighty, we would need to commandeer a command vessel from the Cabal, and there was only realistically one option. We needed to steal the personal shuttle of one of Gaul's chosen, a warrior known as Thumos the Unbroken. We dislodged him from his personal command carrier, the Oribas Vectura in the EDZ, and proved that his name was in fact not well earned. Just as quickly, the plan had to be initiated. We boarded Thumos' ship and boarded the Almighty. It was already in the process of charging, and was consuming the planet of Mercury for fuel. We fought our way to its core, disabled it, and allowed the assault on the last city to begin. But all this time, as we had been gathering our allies, and as we had been fleeing to find our light once more, Gaul had also been planning. His capture of the Speaker, our leader, at the beginning of the war, meant that he had an extensive amount of time to interrogate him about the nature of the light. Gaul made his desire clear to be chosen by the Traveler, and even though the Speaker had pushed back against him, his resolve was starting to break. The Consul, the other member of the Midnight Coup who had led the overthrow of Emperor Callus, had also been with the Red Legion, and was counseling Gaul, stating that he did not need to be chosen by the Traveler, that he instead could do as the legendary Acrius had done, and simply claim the light by force. This disagreement, as well as the Speaker's admission that the Traveler wasn't explicitly communicating with him, would lead to a moment of utter rage. The Consul would leave the Speaker dead, and in response to him being called weak, Gaul would kill the Consul, proclaiming that he would indeed take the light for himself, no matter the cost or impediment. As we returned to our home, the city's sky was ablaze with gunfire, and the Vanguard were under pressure. By the time we reached them across the city rooftops, they were all but spent. We used the Vex teleporter that Cade had painstakingly set up, and went forth to face Dominus Gaul.
Wait, Professor Broman?
We found him aboard his command ship, and before the cage of the Traveler itself. As we approached, an inferno of dark, twisted light was ahead of us, and light had been siphoned into containers all along the command deck of the ship. Something terrible had happened. In front of the cage of the Traveler itself, we fought with Dominus Gaul, and realized that Gaul had indeed harnessed the light and infused himself with it, temporarily but painfully gaining a twisted measure of the light's own power. We faced a paracausal threat that day. We fought Gaul as an equal. He was one of the most powerful Cabal to ever exist, a raiser of 1,000 worlds and an annihilator of suns before he had even claimed the light.
Yet he only
Now
had that
he
little
had our own
pissant pistol.
powers. Now he too had become legend. In a battle of light against light, we proved the superior force. We struck down the Dominus in spite of his rage and his belief that the light should be his to wield. But as his body fell, the light erupted from it, and Gaul momentarily manifested in a godlike, towering form, a luminous being, standing before the traveler almost the same size as it. He addressed the traveler, believing that he had indeed become a god. But he was mistaken. As he proclaimed the dawning of a new age, something awoke within the traveler. Power, boundless and pure. Whether through our actions or as a response to a divine challenge, the traveler had awoken. It was alive once more. It shattered the bonds of its cage, casting off its shackles, and it immolated the false god that stood before it. In a blinding explosion of light that destroyed the foundations of the cage itself, light erupted from the traveler. It shattered the cage, freeing itself and proclaiming its return, triumphant as humanity's protector. The light that emerged from the traveler would spread across the whole of the cosmos, starting at Earth, and then spreading out over the planets of our solar system and beyond. The light poured across the universe, as far as it could reach. The results of this moment would take time to emerge. Many worlds in Sol would be changed. Many great beings would react to this moment where the traveler had returned. But worst of all, in the darkness out between galaxies, something else had begun to stir at the reaction of the traveler's reawakening. A presence once lost to time, banished from Sol at the end of the collapse, was returning. The Black Fleet perceived the light. The witness, who had so long ago been cast out, began the long, slow march towards Sol. The traveler was reawakened, and now it would be able to have its final shape once more. No matter the cost, it would achieve its ultimate goal for the universe. It was only a matter of time before the Black Fleet would return. For now, in the aftermath of the Red War, seemingly there was peace yet again. The Red Legion were cast out of the city, but there were still many remnants out there in the wilds. But at very least, the walls were secure. Our last tower may have been destroyed, but the Guardians once again were the defenders of their city, and with the Traveler's reawakening and the destruction of the cage, all the Guardians had their light back once again. But the defeat of Dominus Gaul also prompted another actor at the edge of our system to make their move at last. One day, we received a strange invitation. Gilded and covered in Cabal heraldry, it was a letter. It was a long letter, an entire treatise, from someone known as Emperor Callus, the same deposed emperor who had been removed from power by his daughter, Gaul, and the consul in the Midnight Coup. He was inviting us to his Leviathan, a vessel that would soon appear above Nessus, and he planned to reward us for defeating one of the foes that had deposed him. An invitation from the former emperor had the vanguard notably concerned, as did the following arrival of the huge world-eating vessel itself. As it began to consume Nessus, we made an action to board the Leviathan, and began to fight through the many loyalists of Callus. Eventually, though, we realized this was not some grand garrison. This was more of a pleasure barge, a palace built in opulence for the purpose of entertainment. Eventually, we would make our way through all of Callus's games, and found ourselves in a throne room. There, we did battle with the Emperor of the Cabal, or at least, we at first thought we did. The more we battled with this Emperor, the more he started to break down, until it was eventually very clear that we weren't facing a real Cabal Emperor, but instead a robotic double of himself, a facsimile designed to render his true self protected. As we struck down the construct, it told us to take the riches we had earned and to grow fat from strength. He also told us of an impending cataclysm that loomed ahead of us, a black edge that he had seen at the forefront of the universe's leading void, a fate which we should all prepare for. We had little time to think on Callus's words, but they would be representative of the doom that was approaching us in the form of the Black Fleet. But before we could even begin to prepare for them, the wave of light sent out by the Traveler was awakening terrible gods and ancient constructs across the system. All of Sol was about to change forever, and it would start with the return of an old mentor to Ikora Rey, a fabled warlock lost deep within the Infinite Forest on Mercury.
Alright, so we're gonna go until about 1 o'clock. Because I'm not lying, kind of fading here.
It had been barely a few months since the return of the Traveler, and already the system had gone through a vast series of changes.
No.
But unseen to us on Mercury, Osiris and his ghost Sagira were
I want to see
also
if we can at least get to
experiencing
Forsaken.
strange happenings. In part, they saw how it was affecting the Vex and our futures should they be the ones to build them. One day as they explored the simulations of the Infinite Forest, Osiris saw into a future that filled him with dread, a future where the Vex had finally won. This was when Osiris also was confronted by something else. Panoptes, the Vex mind responsible for discovering and creating the simulation where the Vex were victorious. In a moment of desperation, Osiris flung Sagira through a portal out of the Infinite Forest. She was damaged by stray goblin slap rifle fire, but her shell would be discovered by the Vanguard and was returned to the last city. Ikora ordered us to make contact with the Osirian cult on Mercury and to attempt to explore the newly active gateway into the Infinite Forest. We failed to enter it at first and saw many strange Vex from the future and past showing up, indicating a huge influx of active units in the area. The Assyrian cultist Brother Vance would make a recommendation to us after we had saved him and those who resided in the lighthouse. He knew that we would need to make contact with Osiris and that saving his ghost was probably one of the best ways to find out where he was. Some of the other cultists in the EDZ had the equipment required to reactivate Sagira. It was our only lead at the time, so we followed it. The cultists were unfortunately dead, but we did find the equipment needed for Sagira to temporarily indwell within our own ghost's shell and help us enter the Infinite Forest. It was there that we first met Osiris, or rather, his echoes. These were effectively perfect copies of Osiris, made in a strange shimmer of light. He had always been able to summon them, a strange quirk of his own paracausal abilities, based in an unknown teaching that only he seems to have mastered. These echoes led us through the forest and showed us how Mercury was corrupted by the Vex back at the turn of the Golden Age, before leading us to the dark future where the Vex were victorious. Here, we saw Panoptes for the first time and had to quickly escape its grasp, which would be capable of superseding our light within the simulations of the Infinite Forest. Leaving the forest, it was clear that we needed to destroy this construct. Over our investigations, we learned that that would require us to locate a map of the Infinite Forest and to discover the original moment where Panoptes had been created within its simulations. With this information in hand, we would be able to track the Vex mind through the many pathways of the forest. We fought through Red Legion invaders stuck in a time loop, various Vex constructs, and a variety of other strange hazards, all to acquire this information. But eventually we found what we were looking for. As we discovered the exact temporal coordinates for Panoptes, it showed up right in front of us and abducted Sagira's essence from our ghost's own shell. We were promptly ejected from the Infinite Forest and could only return later with the aid of Ikora Ray, who used her remarkable power to smash through the gateway's defenses and allow us ingress. We quickly converged on the coordinates that we had discovered, along with Osiris's echoes and Osiris himself. Panoptes was destroyed by our combined might, and Sagira was released. The threat of Vex supremacy had been cut short. After reuniting with his ghost and his student, Osiris sought to return to the Infinite Forest with the aim of defending us against the Vex, and further searching for Saint 14. We would return to the lighthouse and made use of its infinite forge to craft several implements of war. None were more curious than the perfect paradox. The discovery of this weapon was linked to a signal within the Infinite Forest that matched the signature of Saint 14's light. Converging on that point, we discovered that it was indeed his light, but he was nowhere to be found. As it turned out, the Vex had created a singular mind over countless thousands of simulations that was designed specifically to drain his light. We would follow the path of Saint, and discovered what seemed to be a memorial to the great Titan. He had slain thousands of Vex in his explorations of the forest, and they had expended significant resources to defeat him. On his body, we discovered the broken remnants of this shotgun. We reforged it in the lighthouse's infinite forge, but it led us to a moment where something seemingly impossible happened. Remarkably, Saint 14 had left a message for us with this weapon, stating that he remembered the moment when we gave it to him. We had only ever been raised as a guardian within the last half of a decade. Saint 14 received this weapon in the early City Age or late Dark Age, perhaps. Regardless, we weren't alive for that moment, so it seemed impossible that we would have been able to give him this weapon. Regardless, we held on to this weapon, understanding that not only was it one of the finer crafted shotguns that we had received at the time, but also that with time travel and the Vex, certain possibilities may arise even if they are technically impossible. This perfect paradox might yet come to pass. We might yet live to see ourselves present Saint 14 with this shotgun. We all mourned the loss of this great hero, but we would not have long to do so. Soon we would need to descend upon Mars and face a rising new threat. The Traveler's Light had awakened slumbering gods and begun to thaw the ice around
making it
Hellas
exotic
Basin.
I don't think would have made a difference.
Soon Mars would become a battleground of old machines and ancient shadows once more. What happened next began with an unusual amount of warsats falling in Hellas Basin. Mars was known to be the home to many of the Warmind's systems, but this activity was unusually focused. The Red Legion's propensity to scavenge such valuable technology meant that we quickly had to investigate the region. We were greeted with a transmission from another resurfacing legend, Anastasia Bray, the long-lost guardian, the infamous hunter of Twilight Gap. She had converged on this location in her quest for the core of the Warmind Rasputin. Whilst we'd interfaced with trace segments of him before, this was his true core and the heart of his system, and she'd found it just in the nick of time. We arrived as the ice was beginning to thaw, and as the forces of Zol and Nokris were beginning to return from their long slumber. Commander Zavala was quick to assert himself into the picture, given that he saw the Warmind as an imminent threat to humanity if it wasn't capable of being made into an asset. Anna Bray wasn't so convinced and believed that Rasputin could be an ally of his own volition, something that Rasputin quickly pounced upon the opportunity to prove by deploying weapons for us to use against the Hive, in particular, a javelin filled with war-mind energy known as the Valkyrie. For the time being, Zavala was still unconvinced, and so he continued to take command, focusing his efforts on drawing out the newly rising threat on Mars, the worm god Zol. We would need to kill Zol, of course, and Zavala thought that we would be up to the task. After all, we had defeated the Taken King. We had killed gods of the Hive before. Surely this time it wouldn't be so different. In order to do this, we would need to lure Zol out, and so we converged on the European Dead Zone to steal a small shard of the Traveler, a source of strong light which would be enough to tempt Zol's hunger and bait the trap. But the trap would not be on our own terms. We would need to descend deep into the Martian tunnels in order to lure out Zol. There we would face Nokris's brood for the first time, and saw firsthand the power of Hive necromancy used against us in order to summon back numerous dead Hive into the battle as it was going on. Fighting through them, we eventually reached a massive ritual chamber, and faced off against Nokris for the first time. He was defeated, but he escaped his death thanks to Zol holding possession of his heart. Not unlike an ascendant plane, although not in keeping with the logic of the sword. As we placed our bait here in the center of the brood's hold, we tried to lure Zol out.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one.
And the worm did make an appearance. But even here, with all our light, the worm's power and darkness was overwhelming. Quickly, after it addressed us only for moments, we realized it was going to be too strong. We were buried in the snowy drifts beneath the Martian surface. Our ghost was luckily able to fish us out, but the situation was beginning to evolve in a rather dramatic fashion. Zol was now making a beeline for Rasputin, and our plan had completely fallen apart. Zavala caved, and admitted that perhaps we would need the Warmind's assistance and its Valkyrie weapons to actually defeat the Worm God, just as Anna Bray had continuously pointed out. As we closed on Rasputin's core, we overloaded some of his systems in order to overcharge the Valkyrie with yet more power. An unfortunate, but necessary step for what we were about to do. Despite Zol's gargantuan size and his great power, with our might and the Warmind's weaponry combined, we were able to overcome this great beast, and saw it destroyed in the shadow of the Warmind. In the aftermath of the battle, Rasputin made contact with us, telling us that he would be the guardian of the system of Sol and of humanity, as he had once been, and that he would have no equal. In this moment, he began to launch an entirely new series of warsats into the system, and expanded his reach and sight to all new avenues and all new heights. Our further explorations of Mars would lead us to rediscover some of the Icalos weapon project, and in particular updated designs for the sleeper simulant that Rasputin had initially created for Guardians during the Taken War against Oryx. We also found our first hints as to the true identity of the Exo-Stranger. After decoding several messages and sigils left behind, we discovered that the Exo-Stranger was likely to be none other than Anna Bray's own sister, Elsie. Elsie's final message was simply asking us to watch over Anna, and to ask us to be ready, knowing that soon we would meet again. There was also one mysterious circumstance. Whispers on Io that drew us to the lost oasis. Beneath, in dark catacombs, we would hear the words of Zol again, even though he had perished at our hands. And from these whispers a challenge was rendered. Down here in the dark, upon completing this challenge and proving our might within the Hive's own logic, we would discover the whisper of the worm, the last remnants of Zol's hungry soul, cleft into a weapon and made manifest in our hands. Zol would bind himself to the logic of the sword and to us so that he could not only survive, but feed greedily upon the killing blows that we dealt to our foes. And there would be many foes awaiting us in the future. Far greater challenges awaited us on the horizon, and it would all begin in the reef.
Alright, so we have essentially hit the halfway mark, just a couple minutes past it. So we are at Forsaken. So this is where we will pick things up Monday. This is a lot. I did not realize how much this is. It's a lot different when you're just playing it, you know? The hell? What? Oh, wow. Okay. That's a lot of lore. Yeah, it's a lot of lore. Yeah, it's a whole hell of a lore. Hell of a lot. But alrighty, guys. That's going to be a wrap for tonight. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out and joining the watch party. Really, really cool of you to do. And we will be back tomorrow with episode 4 of the Primecast. So, going to be a lot to cover tomorrow. Monday, we will finish up the watch party. And then Tuesday, it's final shape time. So, everybody have a good one. Thanks again for watching. Go get some sleep. I know I'm gonna. Have a good one.